for 2018 to 14 at the University of Virginia, USA. She was a fellow at the Indian Institute of Advanced Study in Shimla, India, and her recent publications are Staging Feminism, Gender, Violence, and Performance, and the two edited volumes Gender, Space, and Resistance, Women and Theatre in India, and Hero and Hero Worship, Fandom in Modern India. She is the president of the Asian African Association for Women, Gender, and Sexuality. And the second on the panel is Professor Vibha Sharma, and the third is Professor Stephen Haglison. I also welcome Professor Claudia Egro to day 2 of the GIAN course. We are delighted to have you with us for today's session, which include 3 lectures. So before I begin, here are a few important points to keep in mind. Firstly, please post your questions and comments in the chat box. They will be addressed either during or at the end of the lecture. Second, based on the lectures, a 15-minute mandatory test will be conducted at the end of today's session. The test will be posted in the WhatsApp group and can be attempted until midnight. However, it will be timed and your score will be contributed to your final course certification, which is important. And lastly, your attendance duration will be recorded and the session is currently being recorded. Now to begin our session, I invite Professor Anita Singh to deliver the first lecture titled The Personal and the Political Performing Historical Women. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I guess you have not given me the permission to share my screen. I think you'll have to give me the permission to share my screen. Or if you have the PPT, you can play that.
Just give us a minute, ma'am. Just give us a minute.
Okay, sure. Take time.
You'll be able to share the screen now, ma'am, if you can check
Yeah,
it. Yes.
I can see that. So, just a minute.
Sure, ma'am.
Okay. I don't know what it is like. Let me see if.
Sure, you can take your time.
Okay, yeah, sure.
You can present. You have the PowerPoint, I think.
Yes, ma'am.
You can do that. Yeah, you can do that as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Is my screen visible right now?
Yes, it is visible.
Yes, ma'am.
Is my PPT visible?
Not yet, ma'am.
Okay. So you're playing it now, right?
Yes, ma'am. Give me a minute.
So I'll stop presenting then because I guess this is not happening from my side. Is the PPT visible now?
No.
No. Okay,
No,
then
ma'am.
something. Okay, then something is wrong. I think you can share that from your side.
Ma'am, actually, there's some problem with the PPT. Can you give me 2 to 3 minutes?
Yeah, sure.
Technical issue while presenting the PPT.
Okay.
You can start your discussion meanwhile.
Okay. I think I can do that. I guess it's not allowing to show that screen as well. Okay. So in the meantime, I will start. Update screen image. I guess there's something wrong here. Okay. Okay. So, it has been announced that the topic of my presentation. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay. Okay. So, if I'm not audible at any point of time, please unmute and let me know. Okay, because once you're presenting, then you don't understand at what point there is a technical glitch.
Sure,
So
ma'am.
the topic of my presentation is personal and the political, and the subtitle then would be performing historical women. So what I'm going to do here in this 1 hour presentation is look at how history has treated women and what is this historical women that we are talking about. What exactly is history when we are talking about the very concept of history? And so I will, as a theoretical and methodological introduction, I take primarily two texts to begin with. One is Gerda Lerner's 1979 work Majority Finds Its Path, and also one more text by Lerner, which says the name is Why History Matters, Life and Thought. So these are two texts on the one side, and on the other side, I'll take up Sheila Robertson's Hidden from History, Rediscovering Women in History from 17th Century to the Present. So, to begin with, what Gerda Lerner's assumptions and assertions are, she says historical scholarship, what would we, I mean, it's a well known knowledge and understanding that historical scholarship is far from being objective or universal. Okay. Because it has always been the history that we understand has always been based on male experience. And this is what the uh, women or the feminist historians or the recent scholarship is contesting, that history has always been the preserve of a particular class or a particular sect of people, and history has to be more holistic and more egalitarian and more open to the histories of people and so on. Okay, so Gerda Lerner's again, her idea. So is my slide there now? Yeah, you're presenting it. Okay, yeah. Can we go to the second slide? Yeah. So these are the two, as I said, text or two perspective that I'm taking up. So on the two column, you have these two perspective, and they basically talk about how do we perceive history and so on. So I started off with Gerda Lerner's concept of that history is neither universal nor objective. Then further, she says the first time when, or the initial stages when women were introduced to history, it was like as a compensatory history, or they have been left out, so let us insert them at some places here and there. And then the second phase was contribution history, that women did contribute a little bit here and there as a kind of a footnote, as a kind of a marginal note, that okay, fine, let us also include them in this the whole idea of writing history, a whole idea of understanding what history is. Then also she also talks about how women's history then largely emphasized the victimhood, their oppression. So she finally comes to the conclusion that uh, when we are talking about history, or when we are talking about autonomy for women, is uh, is when these women uh, take a position and assert their autonomy, which is not really something that is always in a position of marginality. So Lerner's feminist revisionist approach to history pose new questions about what is essentially and she's essentially existing the conversation about women in history in the new direction, which maybe as an illustration I will take up in the following slides. So then, on the other hand, if we look at Sheila Robertson's Hidden from History, so let us very briefly summarize what her basic ideas were. She also, like, Gerda Lerner says that women have always participated in history. Women were and continue to be an oppressed majority. Uh, and race and class impact women's historical experience. So we need to ask new questions to elicit information about women. And then she says that when we again talk about history, so what kind of history are we talking about? Histories then would include diaries, records of activities of women, and other activities that women indulge in, or marginal people indulge in. So that also constitutes history. History is not like history of wars and so on. So, and also the traditional periodization of history also needs to be contested, and we need to have, a more expansive notion of what we consider to be history. Can we have the next slide? Yeah. So very briefly, if we look at how women have been inserted or women have been seen in history in India. So some of the very early positions that we had with regard to women's history or women in history was A.S. Altekar's The Position of Women in Hindu Civilization. So where he basically charts the position of women in Hindu society from earliest part to maybe in the independence, post-independence period. And he asserts that women in Hindu society, basically a rightist, and he tries to assert that India was a very glorified place where women were respected and they were granted a very hallowed position and so on. And it was the various invasions that happened subsequently that the position of women kind of deteriorated. And now, after independence, we are going to regain that glorified past that we had in India. So that is the position that he takes. Although Neera Desai, a little later, 20 years later, when Neera Desai writes the history, Women in Modern India, she's slightly critical of the way women have been treated in India and women have been, portrayed and treated in history and so on. We have Geraldine Forbes' History of Women also, which is also an interesting read. Then, if we look at, if we move a little forward, so after independence, of course, our constitution granted equal rights to women and so on. So it was in the year 1974. 1975 was supposed to be the International Year of Women, and 1974 the UN had asked for an end toward equality report, and this report did create quite a lot of stir with regard to the position of women in India, and this also subsequently led to a lot of research on women, historical women, women's position in the present society, and so on and so forth. So I would say that this 1974 became a very turning point where women's historical positions of women in history were also kind of excavated, and a lot of studies were done around this time. And later, of course, we are aware of the subaltern school, Spivak's Can the Subaltern Speak, and a very powerful text by Kumkum Sangari and Sudesh, where they were talking about recasting women. And so now, of course, we have the rendering of Dalit women's testimonials, the Muslim women's history, the women history of the marginal class, and so on. So, as I said, that we are revisiting histories of other communities and castes, tribal women who participated in the freedom movement, prostitutes who participated in the freedom movement, Azizun 1857, and so on. So the notion of history has now kind of expanded and become more comprehensive and more inclusive to include different voices from women across sect, and even male and female voices that talk about different experiences. They are more exclusive and have a kind of a diversity that was probably not there in the previous generations. Let us move to the next slide. So, having this kind of a theoretical base, so the illustrations that I will have is in three, groups. So the first group would be writing self, as I call it, historical women on stage. So here I have taken three, instances. So these three are women who have lived, and their lives have been recreated on stage. So one would say it's the biography of these women that has been recreated on stage, and they come from very diverse backgrounds. We'll look into that. So three women who have been performed on stage, whose biography has been performed on stage. One is Nati Binodini, an actor; Umrao, again, a prostitute, one would say, a singer, and so on; and Hum Mukhtara, a lady from Pakistan, and who was gang raped, and how she has been recreated in the play by Usha Ganguly. So these are three women whose biographical rendering has been done on stage on different, by different people and so on. The second slot that I have here, which says Writing Nation, Performing Women in Partition. So this is primarily based on the partition narratives, and it is based on Urvashi Butalia's book on partition, The Other Side of Silence. So it's about the stories of women who do not comprise the so-called protocol history. So the voices of women from the partition who were not kind of documented in history and so on in the historical records of either of these nations. Then the third, slot that I have is the personal histories. So we have a performer, Usha Ganguly, and while she's writing this autobiography, Antar Yatra is going inside. So she's talking about her own journey. She is historicizing her own life. So these are three ways in which her stories or the stories of women have been told. So can we go to the next slide? So the first play that I take up is Nati Binodini. So this play is actually based on the autobiography of Binodini Dasi, and she wrote her autobiography in Bengali, which was called as Amar Jibon or Amar Abhinetri Jibon. Two autobiographies. They have been rehashed into this play that is performed at several places. So this was directed by Amal Alana, and the play, as I said, is based on this performer Binodni Dasi, and she was born 18. So she was on stage only from the age of 12 to 23. So her span of being a performer was quite limited, and she comes from the background. She belongs to that family of performers which were not who were not so respected around that time, and she was quite a wonderful performer and very well known on the Kolkata stage. And her mentor was Girish Ghosh, who was a very well known performer at that time. And then they did not have a proper stage around that time. So it was Binodini who asked, who got this money to build up this stage in Kolkata. That was called so they wanted a stage, so she got this money from Gurmukh Rai, a wealthy Marwadi merchant. And so this merchant gave the money to Binodini so that this theater house would be built. But then he had this condition that this theater house should be named after Binodni's name. That is, it should be called B Theatre or something like that. But once the theater house was built, so they did not name it after Binodini because they thought that naming it after a prostitute slash actress would be defaming the entire theater. It would not be a good move. People maybe would not come to the theater houses and so on. So this theater was later called the Star Theater and not the B Theater. And now, after so many years, very recently, it was again renamed as the B Theater. Now, how does Amal Alana perform this life of Binodni Dasi on stage? So she has almost five Binodinis on stage, and they are there at different stages of her life, and they talk about their experiences of how they were, not treated so well despite putting their efforts on stage and so on, and how how Binodini was discriminated against. So she portrays the life of Binodini by having these five performers moving in and out of stage. Can we have the next slide, please? Yes. So you can see that there are five people, and then this Binodni always is shown having a lotus in her hand. So lotus signifies purity. So despite being she's entirely in a male world where her talent or her contribution to theater is not recognized. And finally, then after the age of 23, when she realizes that her past is something that is more important to the people around her. So she leaves the theater and she joins Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's group and so on. So this whole performance of Binodni's life is very powerfully done through five different characters impersonating Binodni at different stages of the life and bringing multiple perspectives. So this is a kind of a staging device that Amal Alana has used to project the life of Binodni Dasi on stage. So can we go to the other slide? To the next slide, please. Yes. So the next play that I will take up is Umrao. So we know Umrao was a person who was a performer, and she had she was very popular, and a lot movies and other things have been made on her life. There's a novel also based on her life. So this is a play written by Gitanjali Shri. And so how the performance of this play is, there are two writers on the stage. So this is the life of a performer, Umrao Jan Ada. And how is it produced on stage? How is her life recreated on stage? So there are two writers. One is a traditional writer, and the other is a modern writer. Gitanjali Shri, for instance, it is the modern writer who looks at Umrao's life from a very first fresh perspective. So the traditional writer portrays the life of Umrao, and shows how, when she is in her youth, and how popular she is, how she has so many followers and so on. And at the end of her life, she's kind of repentant. She gives a message out to the people that, okay, my life was what it was, and I would not advise you to go my way. The life of a singer or the life of a performer is rife with, difficulties. And, my life has been a bit of an immoral life. And the advice to people who watch my life or who read about me is that they should not follow my life. So this is the traditional take on Umrao. Now, the modern writer, which is Gitanjali Shri, looks at Umrao's life from a very different perspective. She says uh, Umrao says that, okay, fine, this has been my life, and I had been very popular, and people loved me, and people showered gifts on me, and so on. And now that I'm getting old, so she says, "Ab मैं करवट बदलती हूँ." Now I'll have a different life altogether. So there's no repentance, there's no remorse of what she has done in her life. There is acceptance of what she has done and a celebration of her life. So there's this twist in two versions that the performer does on stage, that the writer does on stage. That this was the traditional perspective, but a modern historian looks at it from a different perspective. So this traditional perspective was a kind of a normative view, that this is what it should have been. A dancing woman should not be really valorized and so on. But the modern view is that, fine, I mean, she lived her life. There's no remorse, and she's happy with what she has achieved in life. And now she wants to move on with her life. So can we move to the next slide? I think I have a small clipping also, if we can show that. Oh, okay. We'll come to that clipping a little later. So the third play that I take up is Hum Muktara. Now, this play was written and performed around the time when Nirbhaya's event happened. We are all familiar with Nirbhaya. 2012, when Nirbhaya was gang raped. So Usha Ganguly takes up the case of Muktara Mai from Pakistan. And Muktara Mai was a woman who was gang raped by the men from a different community as a kind of a kind of a revenge. It was a kind of a revenge rape and so on. So now, after this revenge rape, Muktara Mai goes to court, and she fights her case, and she wins it also partially. And then in her later in her life, she opens up an NGO for women, for women's education and so on. And then she writes her memoir. Then she writes her autobiography about the kind of life that she has lived. So Usha Ganguly borrows this memoir of Muktara Mai, and she performs it on stage post Nirbhaya, to show how the victimhood for a woman is not enough, how women can rise above and assert their agency and so on. So here you have, the entire play is performed by a group of women who wear a typical kind of a cloth, a similar kind of a cloth, and they move around the stage with vigor, a lot of vigor. So that when we see the play, there's a lot of power that is displayed on stage, and you can see the lines that the performer sings out towards the end. And it says, "Na banengi hum mom ki battiyan, banengi hum धधकते मिशाले, एक बार नजर उठाओ, उधर देखो, हम मुक्तारा, सब मुक्तारा." So basically, she universalizes Muktara Mai's condition, and she says that despite whatever has happened, we will rise above that. So there's a kind of a very positive, universalistic kind of a message that Muktara Mai's performance on stage tries to project. Uh, Can we move to the next slide? I think here we have a slide. Okay, can we play that? Can you click on that? If you can click on that, the previous one, or let us move ahead. Okay, so I guess we have 15 minutes more to go. So we'll leave
Yes,
some time for questions as well.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. So we'll just wind it up, and if possible, we can have these clippings. So we'll move to the next slide. With skipping, we can come back later, or if you can share the slide with the participants, they can watch this clipping. So
Yes,
can we
ma'am.
move to yeah? Can we move to the next one? So we have this is Aur Kitne Tukde. Now the second one, the second slot that I said, the first slot was women, three women, and who have been there, and how are their lives recreated on stage. So the first I had taken up was Binodni Dasi. The second one was Umrao Janada. The third one was Muktara Mai. And how these performers and how these directors or stage artists have recreated their life on stage, and the recreation has been something as someone as being very powerful. They have agency, which the probably the history has denied, or which probably the history has overlooked or not emphasized. And what the history has emphasized all along was their kind of victimhood and so on. So next, the second slot that was that I said, women during partition. So here, this play is based on you know uh, Urvashi Butalia's Or Kitne, the other side of silent, and the play that B. Gauri finally writes, and the director is Kirti Jain, is Or Kitne Tukde. Now there are four fragments that four documentaries, one would say, or four lives that the play kind of displays. It is Sadia, Zainab, Vimla, and Harnam Kaur. And each of these, women speak about how the partition has been so unfair to them, how they have been they have been rejected. Either they were kidnapped from India to Pakistan. So she talks about Sadia. So she's kidnapped from India to Pakistan and renamed as, this girl has been renamed as Sadia. And then again, when there was this peace and the restoration of women from both the countries happened, so Sadia was not accepted back in her country. And then she gets very fed up and she says, I'm not going anywhere. So it explains the plight of the women during the partition. So we have Harnam Kaur, who is gang raped during partition, and she's alive after the partition and after the gang rape. So her son every day kind of taunts her that why are you still living, and it is so painful for him to see his mother living despite being gang raped. And he tells her that why don't you also commit suicide and so on. So Harnam Kaur also lives on. So here you have stories of women who have lived on with their traumatic experience, who have learned to live on with their traumatic experience. So it's the agency of these women that this play tries to demonstrate. So, so can we move to the last slide, please? Again, there was this clipping. I will leave that. We can play that a little later if possible. So, okay, not Azizun. Also, I will leave. Can we move to the again? This is a clipping here. So Azizun was a courtesan from Kanpur, and she participated in the 1857 revolt. And this is a play written by what's her name? It's a play written by I'm forgetting her name. Okay, let's move further. Next, okay, Tripurari Sharma. Sorry, Tripurari Sharma, and it's a very powerful play. If we can play that slide later, let's move on to the last one. Last slide, right? So the third slot that I had was women's own history. Women's own history is also important. So that also comprises one every woman her own historian. So this is Usha Ganguly's play Antar Yatra. And in Antara Yatra, of course, it is her own life that she documents. So, there's her traditional, in a traditional dramatic structure, we have a beginning, middle, and end, and all that. So it's her autobiographical voice, or it is her own voice that she's trying to project. So the stage, setting is very different. It's an entire huge stage, that is stage space, that is bare. And she has that structures. You can see the oval structure, the round structure, the geometrical structures on stage. They all represents the cosmic, world, her own world, and so on. So so the whole idea of the huge stage with no props signify a kind of an unboxed kind of a stage, and so on. And she starts by her early childhood and the series of oppression and the ways that she has looked at her own oppressions in her life, that she documents in the play. So this whole play becomes a documentation of the way that she has received the experiences, that she has evaluated her experiences in her life. She has lived those experiences, and she has moved on with those experiences. She has become a person who has gained from these experiences that she has lived in her life. So she is basically looking at her own life from a kind of a different perspective, and trying to analyze how these experiences have made her the kind of woman that she is now. So that is it. And if we can play some clipping, if not, we can just take up questions. I guess this is all. uh,
Okay, ma'am. So, ma'am, can we play
yeah.
the video?
If you can, maybe one or two videos, if you can play.
Sure, ma'am.
Yeah. But these videos may not play because the
Ma'am, we will try.
you try, because they may not play. But I mean, you can try this one
Yes,
probably.
ma'am, we are trying.
Mhm. Although for anyone who's interested, I have given the YouTube link. The entire play is, yeah, I can see that it is playing, although there's no sound. So you can see the entire play with this link, the YouTube link that is present here. And even with Umrao, the link that is present here.
Ma'am, we will share the link.
Yeah, you can share the link later.
Sure, ma'am.
Okay, so we have a couple of minutes and we can take some questions with this. Maybe Azizun's link may not also work here. So this is Tripurari Sharma talking about her play. Maybe there's no sound.
Yes, ma'am, there's some sound
Yes,
issue.
yes, yes, yes. Okay, I think these were the two clippings that I had. Okay, so we can take some questions if possible,
Yes, ma'am.
if there are any questions.
Thank you, ma'am, for an insightful lecture on the
Okay,
personal
thank
and the
you.
political performing historical
Yeah,
women. And now
okay.
participants can drop their queries in the chat box.
I can't see any question here.
Yes, ma'am, we will wait for 2 minutes more.
Yeah, okay. We'll wait for them.
I met you know Ganguly in her last days, and
Yes.
she was to she was to visit my university because we had collaborated, and then I had talked a long discussions we used to have about her performance. So it's a very interesting discussion.
Mhm.
And participants should have a lot of questions. Um, I can ask. I want to ask one or two things,
Sure.
like how do you place, because you the entire discussion, the paper that you have presented here, it seeks to correlate the performance based on women and written by women as contexts of history. Now, do you think that if they had not been plays, or if they had not been performances, that had been different impact or their receiving or their contribution would have been different if these were novels. Like I'm reminded of Amrita Pritam's novel, where the same kind of story is there, where this what's the name that the famous novel in which there's this based on partition with women who were raped in partition period. They were they were then returned to their homes,
Yes,
and
yes.
then the society was not able to accept them
Correct.
back. So that was like, what is the role of performance in this storytelling and historicizing?
Performance again is becomes a medium to tell stories, and these performance, the like yeah, Pinjar by Amrita Pritam. Perfect. Yes, right. So, novel no, or fictional work is read by people. Performance has a more, one would say, a powerful way of, getting to people. And performance has a very, as I said, a very powerful immediacy of effect. It has a powerful immediacy of effect. So when this play is performed, or Kitne Tukde, it has a very beautiful, and I would say a very compelling kind of image and compelling kind of story that is being told. So you have, so all women, all these four women stories, four women on stage, and the light falls on one woman, and she narrates a story. So you get a kind of a kaleidoscopic kind of an effect, and the effect of pain is more magnified, I would say. So every medium, whether it is fictional work, it has a different appeal. A poetry has a different appeal, and a performative event has a very different appeal. So I would say it's the medium that you're using has the message. It has it has its own appeal. So and
Yes,
a performance is sculpted in a very different way. The story is told in a very different way, whereas a narrative would have a very different detailed storytelling method. So here you have visuality that comes out very powerfully, and how do you within a certain span of time convey your story. So that's the power of image, the power of symbols, the power of storytelling, music, which is all music, song, dance, and everything is used in Aur Kitne Tukde. That is what that makes the story telling more powerful.
exactly. I wanted to
Yes,
highlight this aspect
uh,
that has its own performance
yes.
has its own method of documenting
Own
history.
vocabulary. It has its own
Yes. It
vocabulary.
has its own grammar. It has its own
Yeah, it
jargon,
has its own grammar. Right, right.
and that documents history in a very different way.
Uh-huh.
And
Mm,
there is another performance that I'm reminded of. Uh,
mm.
I've written a couple of papers on this. It's by Lisa Ghazi,
Okay.
who's a Bangladeshi origin,
Okay.
was living in United Kingdom. She lives in
Okay.
England,
Okay.
and
I haven't gone through a play. What's this play about?
this play, the play that she performs is about the Virangana of Bangladesh,
Okay. Okay.
war widows of
Mhm,
1971.
mhm, mhm,
Uh, to give some perspective to some context to the students who do not know about this, the 1971 war, the independence war of Bangladesh, was in news recently when there was problem in
mhm,
Bangladesh.
mhm,
So during this war, various thousands of women were raped by the army,
mhm,
the Pakistani army, and they were raped as a under a program to pollute the so-called pollution required to you know uh, stigmatize women. It was used as a tool, and these women were called after the independence Virangana. The Bangladesh
Viranganas.
government had given this title to them, Virangana, and many of them had returned to their houses, to their homes. Many could not find their people alive, But then there is like, like freedom fighters get a pension or financial support. And so there is a lot of politics around it. Now, in this play, what she does is, Lisa Ghazi, that she meets, before the play, she did a lot of groundwork, and she meets Virangana women living in Bangladesh. She visits them, she talks to them, she records their interviews, and then she performs this play on stage. She herself performs, and she invites some of them to watch that play who could muster up the courage to be the audience. And after the play, the kind of scenes that erupted in the hall, women crying and sharing their stories, and uh, loving Lisa Ghazi for being their storyteller. And they said that we could never tell this pain to the
Mhm.
world because we did not have this performance as a medium, the visual medium that you provided. They said it in their own ways. I'm just putting it very simply,
Mhm.
rooted way. So this is very important. That it's not always a long
Mhm.
passages of words and paragraphs that are important. It's some pictures, it's some actions, it's some visuals. They speak 1,000 words, they say 1,000 emotions. And that's what performance does to documentation of history, or historicizing a particular action which has gone unnoticed. So this is something very interesting. I'm sure
Yeah.
people should be able to say something here.
So Yale, when this Nirbhaya event happened, so Yale Faber, after this Nirbhaya event, of course, Usha Ganguly did this Hamuktara. Yale Faber had, everyone was moved by this event. So she put out on the Facebook that people who have had similar experiences, they can share. And she decided to weave a play out of this. And many women came up, through her Facebook, post, and they said that we are ready to share the experience. So she wove the entire, play Nirbhaya out of the lived experiences of women. And so it's a very beautiful play. Again, it's available on YouTube. You can watch that. So do we have Vandana Sharma who has raised her hand?
Vanna, Professor Vanna
Vandana,
from,
Vandana, yes, I know Vandana, but you are muted.
please unmute Professor
Yeah,
Vanna.
Namaskar.
Yes.
Evening, ma'am. Good to see you
Good
after
evening. Yeah, good to see you
a very
after a
interesting
long
session.
time.
Yeah, and
Yes.
I was, just reflecting over, like, when you were mentioning about the
Yes.
performative arts and performative
Yes.
plays. To add to it, I was recalled of the folklore here in Jammu, the Duggar folklore,
Yes.
where
Yes.
we have,
Mm-hmm.
such kind of narratives which have
Mm-hmm.
been portrayed by the various theatres,
Mm-hmm.
wherein the agency of it
Mm-hmm.
has been, portrayed in a very sharp light. Guma is
Yes.
one such. Guma is one such.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Right. Right.
So
I
that,
think there is a question also.
Yes, yes,
It's a
ma'am. We
huge
have.
one. Yeah. How can historians and researchers effectively integrate women's narrative into mainstream history without reinforcing the victimization? Someone asked this question in WhatsApp group. Okay, so that's what I mean. If you look at Hamuktara or the Kritten Tukre, they all kind of downplaying the victimization thing, that women are always already oppressed, the kind of an idea. The kind of an idea women are already oppressed. So when Nirbhaya happened, there was huge hue and cry and all that. So Usha Ganguly decided to take up this event but present it in a very powerful way. So these women on stage, they make very vigorous movement, they make very powerful movements, they dance on stage, and they have these candles and mashals holding in their hands. So the whole image and the symbolism of the play that comes across is that of power, of energy, of agency. So not just the victimization. So victimization is there, but somehow it is overpowered and downplayed by the power of the image, but the power, the collective. So it's not a single woman on stage. So you have this whole women, a kind of a collective. So it's a kind of a collective that is kind of portrayed on the play. So they try to kind of do not reinforce the victimization framework, but emphasize more on the agency framework. So fine, if there is a discrimination or there is an oppression or there is a victimization that has happened, we move beyond it. We are too powerful to be overpowered by this event and so on. Then the next is, since you mentioned Aur Kitne Tukde, I was reminded of Dastan, a serial based on the novel Banno by Razia Bhatt, which led me to this question: how would you interpret a writer's portrayal of partition through a female character, particularly in terms of integrating women's narrative into mainstream history and eventual literature, especially considering that we have largely read partition literature and history from male perspective? I think this is a question that we have addressed, time and again. So, who is mainstream now? I mean, again, the whole question of mainstream. What is mainstream? Who's mainstream? So, which perspective are you looking from? So, a marginal perspective is very powerful, because from a margin, you can see what you cannot see from the mainstream. So, mainstream is a question of perspective. So, it has, as I said, this question has long been addressed by many critics, by many scholars. So we have these voices that are coming up, and we are listening to these voices, because they are adding fresh perspective to a kind of a protocol history that we have been reading. So as I said, this is not something new, but we have been attuned to that. We have been addressing this issue for a very long time. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. So that's
Okay.
I
Okay.
think.
Okay.
So
Ma'am, I have a question to ask. Yeah,
Yeah, sure. Please,
may I?
please, please.
Uh, uh, First of all, thank you so much for this wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
I would like to ask you one thing.
Yeah,
Keeping
sure.
in view the
Yeah.
corporeal presence of
Uh, uh,
body on a stage,
uh, mm.
especially the with reference to the plays
uh,
that you talked about,
yes.
and there is also one play which I recently came to know about,
Mm.
which is Janeman by Machinder More, which is
Okay.
about the
Okay.
transgenders, right?
Okay. Okay.
So,
Okay.
like when you see the performance of body on a stage,
Yeah. Mm.
is it historicizing the body or dehistoricizing the body, or is it both? Uh, I'm a bit confused about this.
What do you mean when you said
Like
historicizing the
when you say
body?
historicizing the body, I think
Uh,
cinema, fiction, short story,
uh,
poetry is able to
uh,
do that properly. But
mm,
when you are enacting a play on a stage,
mm,
the
mm,
body, which is
mm,
the performance which is taking place in real time,
mm,
there's some sort of dehistoricizing, like the body,
mm,
it separates itself from the historical context, and something more viable, something more apparent becomes alive, right? So, and I think when I saw the film, there was a film which was based on some scenes of the play from the play Janeman by Machinder More. It was digestible when I watched the film, but if you watch the play on stage,
play. It has a
it becomes
different
very
meaning
disturbing.
altogether.
It becomes very disturbing.
Yes, yes. So actually, theater has, like Professor Vibha was talking about, how does a narrative, approach a story, and how does a poem approach a story, or how does a play approach a story. So bodies become very powerful on stage. So the corporeal presence, as you were talking about, is a message by itself, has a meaning by itself. So if you look at, as I said, Hum Muktara has a very wonderful play. And, I mean, I would only take up Ushaga. I haven't watched that particular play that you're talking about. Uh, but I mean, I juxtapose two plays by Usha Ganguly, Hum Muktara and Antar Yatra. So Antar Yatra is about herself, and she's all alone on the stage for 50 minutes. She performs all alone. So that body on stage, that corporeal presence, that lone presence has a lot of gives a lot of meaning and power to what she's performing. On the other hand, when she's performing Hum Muktara, she does not use a single woman, but she uses a whole lot of repertoire of women, whole lot of, collective women collective. And the purpose is to give that body that power that was, taken away from that particular body in a particular historical context. That is the context of Nirbhaya. So the purpose of having so many bodies moving briskly on stage with their, the lehengas that they wore, they swirl on stage. So it's not just the body, it is the attire, the sartorial symbolism on stage also becomes a very powerful metaphor. And the light and the colors that she has used, they all contribute to the kind of power that she wants to, the agency that she wants to present on stage, that has been diminished or that has been taken away from that particular context that she is referring to on stage. So that way, when we see a play that, as you said, it is disturbing, it elicits a different kind of a response than, as you said, reading a novel or a short story or some other medium could do. Okay. So is
Thank you
that,
so much.
yeah,
Thank
thank
you
you.
so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am and sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we now move on to our next lecture by Professor Vibha Sharma, titled Mapping the Historicity in Contemporary Indian Writing. Over to you, ma'am.
Before that, I would like to thank Professor Anita Singh for joining us, for sparing her valuable time. I know that it is very difficult for a person sitting in the chair of a department's head to take out time, and despite that, she joined us, and she always is always there to help us out in matters of research scholars and everything. So I'm very indebted to her. It was absolutely a very interesting and a very valuable addition. The topics that you brought in this course, I'm sure the participants have benefited from that. Thank you very much, Professor Anita
Thank you
Singh,
so
for
much.
being
Thank
with
you so
us.
much. Thank you so much.
So we can ask participants if they want, they can take 2 minutes break before moving into the discussion, because the two topics are totally different and that may need some time to, uh, retune themselves to different frequencies. Meanwhile, I can try presenting my screen and have a test. Uh, So whoever is right now taking charge, please tell me whether when I present, are you able to see my notes also, the presenter's notes or not? Because that's what that I'll use, and I don't want them to be visible, which I will share with the participants later on.
Sure, ma'am.
So I think my screen is visible. Is my screen visible?
Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
And are my notes also visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the presenter's view is not working here. Never mind. So somebody will present my slide from their side. Umara or Alina, any one of you can take that up, and I will present from. I will just speak.
Sure, ma'am. Sure.
Do you have it?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Okay. So you can present on the screen, and then we'll start. All right. Here we go. So good evening, participants. I'm sure you are already there, all of you. And if you have taken your break, welcome to this course after the break. which was not commercial. Um, I'm Vibha Sharma and I teach in the Department of English. I generally don't teach fiction as my first choice, but I like reading fiction more. And today I have chosen this topic, which is about two very important writers, Salman Rushdie and Khushwant Singh, as you can see, which is visible. So why are you using the PDF? Why not the PowerPoint?
Ma'am, when I had this, so it converted into the PDF only. If you
No,
could
I need
if
no,
you could give
please.
me 1 minute.
Yes, I need the PowerPoint because there are some clicks which I require.
Yes, ma'am. 1 minute.
Never mind. Okay, you can do. So what I will be doing here is that in the course of yesterday's two lectures, where we discussed the Indian situation vis-a-vis English language, its growth, and the forming of English literature as a paradigm in India, writing English novel in India, and that was the history that was required. And in that context, Raja Rao's work was placed. And then further on, we saw in the next lecture the discussion of history, theoretical discussion of history by Professor Stefan, how he was correlating it with various aspects of writing literature. And today, when we have seen how performance acts as a medium of historicizing women's issues, in these three contexts, you can see something is common, and that is history. Because this course is about uh, unraveling the problem of history. Now, various writers have talked about history theoretically as well as in their literature, like fiction, dramas, poems. History definitely is not a linear process, and history requires a correlation in a very. Please go back. I'm not. I'm still not on this slide. So this discussion will be engaging with history, historicity, and historicism, and while focusing on Salman Rushdie and Khushwant Singh. The my assessment is going to be of use to look at how historical narratives, their engagement with memory, and their critique of dominant historical discourses are important. So when you walk through this lecture with me, you have to keep in mind that when I use the word contemporary, it is in comparison to the world of Raja Rao's literature that Khushwant Singh and Salman Rushdie become contemporary. And so the lecture will focus on how these two authors engage with history in their works, and it also examines their differing approaches, Rushdie's postmodern narrative techniques and Khushwant Singh's realist perspectives in reshaping historical discourse. Before I move on, can I ask the participants uh, what is the what is the event which is central to this novel, Rushdie's novel, uh, and what is his approach? What are the history aspects that he talks about, and what is the approach that Khushwant Singh takes up? What historical events are important for us in in the subcontinent? Can you name what are these two writers handling in general?
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes.
Ma'am, I think Rushdie and Khushwant Singh's event mainly focus on India's independence and how political events then shapes the Indian's political scenario as well as the Indian subcontinent political scenario. That's what I think.
Hmm. Okay. And what about Salman Rushdie? Did somebody answer?
Ma'am, ma'am, I'm saying the from Salman Rushdie's own perspective because his novels, if we take Children and The Moose Last Sigh, Children mainly focuses on the events which led to India's independence in a magical realism way, and Moose Last
Mhm.
Sigh is post events after the India's independence and what events led to the political turmoil, Babri Masjid demolition and these things. So it's about the post events. Also, he give quite he dives deeply in those events that further changes the political scenario of India.
Yes, rightly put. So India's independence, movement of independence, freedom movement, one is that larger perspective. From there, the achieving of independence, 1947, then partition that happened, and after the partition, the aftermath of the emergence of two countries, India and Pakistan, and how the politics of governance and cultural politics emerge in these two countries. These have been, I think, very well documented historical events. But do you think, as students of literature, that when you look at the documentation of World War, both the World Wars and Holocaust, do you think that India's recent history, which is not more than 80 years old, has been sufficiently documented or written about in literature from both sides of the border, or in fact, we should say in all the three countries that have emerged? Do you think that it is correctly or sufficiently written about when you compare it to the two world wars and when you compare it to the literature written about Holocaust? I'm sure we can count the novels that are written about these on our fingertips. We can write, we can make a list of the texts that will not last beyond, you know, beyond 2 or 3 pages. If everything is included, poems, short stories, novels, plays, why is it so that India's past, the subcontinent's past, has not inspired the writers enough into writing literature on it? That's a question that I am leaving you with, and I'm moving on with the discussion of the topics that I have chosen today. Next slide, please. So, first question is the word history. What is history? Very simply, can quickly somebody write its definition in the chat box or anywhere? What is history? Can you give access to some of the students to speak up? What is history?
Participants, you can unmute yourself and speak if you want.
Okay. So it is a structured record of past events, and it is often influenced by power structures. To put it, for example, India's history is studied in, yes, a recorded document of the past, Minhajuddin. So you study India's history in three sections: classical history, medieval history, modern history. And when you study modern history or any other history, you study it according to the ages defined by the names of the rulers. Okay, Akbar's period, Ashoka's period, modern empire. So these are the most dominant tropes that give us uh, the gateways to history. So when you read Akbar's rule, Akbar's period, you have all the time in mind that you are reading this history, period in history of India, which is ruled by an emperor called Akbar or an emperor called Ashoka, and that is always there, that constantly is there. How many times do we come across the discussion of history from the perspective of non-powerful structures? Then moving on, next point. The word is next point, historicity. Now, what is historicity? If you compare with history, the word historicity becomes a process, the process through which history is written. So immediately when you move from history to historicity, historicity transforms into an act of doing something. The process through which history is written, shaped, and interpreted. I want to be very clear when we are using these two words because many a times we use them interchangeably. Whereas history is a structured record of past events, and historicity is the process through which history is written, shaped, and interpreted. Next point is historicism. Now, historicism, which is so commonly used in literature classrooms, is a step ahead from historicity because it is a philosophical approach that contextualizes history through cultural and ideological lenses. So we are clear about these three things, and now we move next. So history is not a neutral or objective discourse, but a complex interplay of power, knowledge, and memory. It is shaped by those who control its writing and dissemination. This is a quote from Michel Foucault's book, The Archaeology of Knowledge. So what does this mean? That we to understand how history is not a neutral or objective discourse, but a complex interplay of power. Along the lines of Michel Foucault's statement, uh, Stephen Greenblatt asserts that literature is inseparable from historical and political contexts. While post colonial historicism, which is when we refer to Homi Bhabha, it challenges dominant colonial narratives by presenting alternative histories. And you can see the same kind of thing. The history is not a neutral. So that is why Stephen Greenblatt is different from Homi Bhabha, and Homi Bhabha is different from Jameson, who emphasizes that history is not just a recorded, but it is also a lived, often through suffering, experience. So these theoretical perspectives are going to be my guide in this discussion. Next slide. Now look at Hayden White. We discussed Hayden White yesterday also, and this discussion is important, and I'm sure Hayden White's name, Jameson's name, will keep occurring in many lectures today. So what does he say? The historian does not merely record facts, but structures them into meaningful narratives. This means that every historical account is, to some extent, a fiction organized by the historian's choices. Have you ever thought about this aspect? That if you just put records that, somebody was born in this year, a plague was in this year, or somebody died in that year, a coronation took place in this year. So if you are just recording the dates, date of birth, date of death, date of events, date of marriages, can that be considered history? Why is it that we don't call it history? I would like to know from the participants. If you open up a diary, or if you open up some register where just dates and events are written, can you call it a history, a piece of history, or a document of history?
Um, hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Good
Good
evening,
evening.
ma'am. Ma'am, can I speak? Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Ma'am, we can call it a piece of history, not for the masses, but from the personal perspective. Like if this is diary of any family member, it can be a part of history. To it may be belonging to the individual, not to the masses.
But can that be called history, a book of history, or enough to record history?
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, Sirat.
If we just talk about the dates, they are just the chronological, they are just the chronologically recorded events. But in my opinion, history is woven in stories, not just the dates.
Yes, that's why Hayden White's remark becomes important because when he says that historian structures history or facts, historian structures facts into meaningful narratives. The word narratives. So for the same event, you can have multiple narratives because multiple historians have written about it. So this means that for every historical account, fiction is involved, storytelling is involved, narrativizing is involved, literature is involved. So when historians very blatantly come across to a literature classrooms or when they say that this is fiction and this is history, you should question this. That is, there are no narrative in that. This is a question that is very important. And when you look at Rushdie's Midnight's Children, it offers us a prime example of historiographic metafiction, something that I referred to in the previous slide. Because Salim Sinai, the protagonist, just to give a one-line plot of the novel, midnight. The word midnight in this novel refers to the midnight freedom. Okay, the freedom that we achieved on the night that was between 14th and 15th August. It's that midnight. And twins are born, and those two twins become the the protagonists for this novel. So Salim Sinai is one of them, and his life mirrors India's post-independence history, reflecting how personal memory and national history are intertwined. You remember we were discussing Raja Rao yesterday. So Raja Rao's novel is documenting history in the same fashion which Rushdie does, because Raja Rao does not give us the history of India's independence movement, but he gives us a series of episodes that take place in a in a village called Kantapur, and those episodes are covering the making of a Gandhian. So the novel is not about Gandhi, but the novel is about a Gandhian, and that how Indians transformed into Gandhians. That is a movement of history, an episode of history, and it was depicted through the narrative of Kantapur village. So Rushdie, when he intertwines personal memory of Salim Sinai and national history of India, he offers us the same thing. And Rushdie's very famous concept of chutneyfication, it suggests that history is subjective, fragmented, and constantly reinterpreted. This aligns with Linda Hutchins' view, that history is not absolute, but a discourse shaped by storytelling. Participants, do you agree that tomorrow, when after 50 years from now, somebody would be writing a novel on India's independence, would that novel have same perspective, which is present in Salman Rushdie's fiction or Raja Rao's fiction? Obviously, it will be different. What makes it different? Has the history changed? The factual history of India changed? No, it's not. Then what changes it? It is the story that is told in the novel. That changes. So history is constantly reshaped by storytelling. Discourse is reshaped by storytelling. Yes, Sadia uses the word subjectivity. That is also a good option. Next, we move on to the discussion of new historicism and post-colonial historicism. Because sometimes we when in a literature classroom, these two theories, when they come in literary theory class, that new historicism and post-colonialism, they are not taught in collaboration. And I believe that there is a very important need for us to understand that historicism, as I indicated, what is historicism? The ideological and philosophical take on history is historicism. And new historicism offers us one kind of historicism. Post colonialism also has a dimension of historicism to it. And that is very significant for all literatures that are being read in Indian classrooms, a lot of PhDs and researches that are being done, that we should understand the historicist power of post-colonial literature, post-colonial discussion, post-colonial theory, post-colonial criticism. Now, new historicism, a term often attributed to Stephen Greenblatt, says that literature as a historical artifact shaped by cultural forces. In post-colonial historicism, which we should attribute to Homi Bhabha, the revisiting of history from the perspective of the colonized. So, who is telling the story? Today, in the previous discussion, the lecture before me, in Professor Anita Singh's discussion, she was talking about the partition and various other events in India's history being visited by the female gaze, through female experience, through female body, and depicted through performance. So, rewriting from a perspective of the colonized. The colonized in the previous discussion was the woman, the protagonists who were part of that experience. They were the colonized. And so it's subverting the point of narrative. Uh, I'm sure if you have heard the name of Professor Irfan Habib, he has written a book about India's history, and that book is written about India's agrarian past. So the book is written from the perspective of agriculture, not from the perspective of emperors or the rulers. All history is written from the point of view of rulers. Who has recorded the history? It's important. And that is post-colonial historicism. So it is, there are so many cliched sentences like until and unless the history of a forest or a jungle will always be written by the lions, the tigers. We will never be able to know that was there any heroes among the deers, among the elephants, among the cows, or among the herbivores of that forest. So it's the perspective, and that is post-colonial historicism of Homi Bhabha that becomes very crucial for understanding both these novelists. For example, in Rushdie's novel Shame, he critiques Pakistani history, showing us how historical narratives are manipulated for political gain. In this novel, he suggests that history is not a single truth, but a contest between narratives. Which narrative becomes powerful? That happens and rehappens with the passage of time. He is also in alignment with Edward Said, when he argues that history is always rewritten by those in power. Edward Said has also famously said this. So when you blend fiction and historical fact, like Rushdie does it, he highlights that fluidity and instability of official histories. Okay, moving on. If you have any question so far to something that you need me to clarify, participants, you can ask questions even during the lecture also. If there is something that you want to add to what I'm saying, you are most welcome. So right now you can see a quote written on your screen. The past is not simply there in memory, it must be reworked, transformed, and made relevant to the present. The colonial subject exists in an ambivalent space where history is neither entirely past nor entirely present. Now, what is the difference between history and past? Can somebody answer this question? Are these two words same, history and past? Because I've already discussed this, so I'm asking this question. Let me see who can catch this definition. Past and history. Are these two words same? Are you there? Guys, are you listening or not?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
No, I'm not talking about the people from AMU. I'm talking to people from outside the rigor. Kshitij. Yes. History has to be an event of note. Past is everything that has happened. In this definition, what is written here, the colonial subject exists in an ambivalent space where history is neither entirely past nor entirely present. The past is a, a matter of temporality, okay? Past, present, future. This is how we divide time into three phases, and we understand the concept of the passage of time: past, present, and future. But when you talk of history, it is not simply past, it is also present. It is our present that makes us look at past in a certain way, and that's called as history. It is not simply the past events that is history. It is what happened in past and how I look at it today, that is history. So that is why when Bhabha in Location of Culture, when he says this, that history is neither entirely past nor entirely present, we need to understand its very important meaning. Because in the discussion of the two writers, Salman Rushdie and Khushwant Singh, this quotation provides a lens through which we can analyze their works. The first is that Bhabha is arguing that memory and the reworking of the past. He's referring to memory and the reworking of the past. Bhabha argues that history does not exist as a fixed objective truth. Rather, it is constantly reinterpreted, which has been said already, and made relevant to contemporary reality. So this means he is referring to the historiographic metafiction, and he suggests that narratives are shaped by our present day ideologies. Narratives are shaped by our present day perspectives. So you should not you should wait for some time, and people who are heroes for us today from the past may not be heroes in the history that will be written in future. We will get, probably we will get time to compare. But then you can already compare it with so many things. Many heroes have been, have been designified by the rewritings of history, or various people have been signified when they did not have any signification in a certain perspective of history. So this is the constant process, and this will keep happening. And Rushdie's Midnight's Children and Shame, both these novels, history is not presented as a linear or a factual record. Instead, it is mythologized. It is fragmented and rewritten, and often blending personal memory with national history. As I gave the example, as I referred to Salim Sinai, who is a symbol of post colonial India. And he embodies the idea that history is fluid and subjective. Whereas in Shame, the other novel, history is retold through allegory and magical realism. So questioning official state narratives, the government's actions and things. In Khushwant Singh's works, Train to Pakistan as well as Delhi, history is not rewritten in the same playful manner, but it is experienced viscerally. Viscerally. What is the meaning of viscerally? The experience of bodies, the experience that is palpable, the experience that is that is experience that reaches out to the senses of the readers. Watch, listen, touch, smell, these kinds of things. And Kushwant Singh's realism shows that even though history may be contested, its effects, such as trauma of partition, are still deeply present in the collective consciousness. Now, this is a different dimension. So, what Rushdie does is differently achieved in Khushwant Singh's works, because Khushwant Singh's realism aims to look at the event of history not for the purpose of retelling, but for the purpose of an experience, re experiencing it, the pain. And he reaches out to the collective consciousness of his readers across the subcontinent, on both sides of the border, to try and see that what people have to say when I write this sentence, when I depict like this. I hope this is clear so far. Now, the next point, which is connected to Bhaba's discussion, is that he is asserting the colonial subject. And he says that colonial subject exists in an ambivalent space. What does it mean? It means that the post colonial identities are neither fully detached from the past nor entirely. I'm on the same page, Alina. I've not moved on. Bhaba's slide number 6. Yes. So Bhabha wants to that post-colonial identities are neither fully detached from the past nor entirely defined by it. This ambivalence is a major theme in Rushdie's work. That ambivalence, that we are neither detached from the past nor we are defined by it. This is a kind of ambivalence that Bhabha refers to about the post-colonial subject, the colonial subject. Rushdie's characters are often struggling with hybrid identities caught between the remnants of the colonial past and the uncertainties of the post-colonial present. For example, the character Salim, his identity is fractured. He does not fully belong to the past. He is also not able to define himself outside of it. And in Chutnification of History in Midnight's Children, we we find that Rushdie is reflecting on the in-betweenness. History is embraced, history is also rewritten. And Khushwant Singh attains the next kind of a thing through the same action. For example, in Train to Pakistan, historical trauma is not ambiguous. or ambivalent. It is clear, it is violent, it is real, it is undeniable for all. In the novel Delhi, Singh presents multiple historical voices, suggesting that yes, past can be constantly reshaped, and who holds the power is important. The other aspect of Bhaba's quote is that history is neither entirely past nor entirely present, suggests that post colonial condition is one of the constant negotiation with history. For example, Rushdie makes history a living, evolving force. It does not simply remain in textbooks, but is re experienced through memory and narrative. Whereas Khushwant Singh ensures that history is an enduring wound. He makes it very forceful, very powerful, and he connects them with contemporary realities. So, sometimes uh, when you watch a film about World War or something like, some partition, films on partition, some pictures, some scenes, some statements remind you of a present accident or a present episode. It's the same way if you do it the other way around. The present episode or the present violence, the present disturbance can also make us understand the past, throw us into past if we are familiar with it, if we have read about it, if we have heard about it, and make us understand that yes, this could have been possible. This may have happened like it is happening in front of our eyes today. So in Khushwant Singh's novel, when there is trouble in Delhi at present, that episode, those scenes, they become important for people to be thrown back into the past. Let me give you another very popular example. I'm sure many of you have watched the film Range Basanti. The characters, main protagonists, are a group of friends, and there are 4 or 5 young people. You find that at various points, because of the present incidents in their life, they are thrown back into the past episodes of India's history. There is a parallel narrative that goes in the film, which is about India's independence, and that narrative is Bhagat Singh, his friends Chandrasekhar, Rajguru, and all the people around them, and how they were working, what they were going through. So these young people's life becomes a moment where they are able to viscerally, okay, bodily and physically understand what is happening in front of them, may have happened with people about whom they have heard, they have read, and they know of it. So important point here is that this kind of reworking of history cannot take place if we have not read about a past or if we have not read anything about that incident. A certain knowledge is important for us to make us make us feel it, make us revisit it, make us experience it. I hope that is clear. So Singh is ensuring, and what does Khushwant Singh does in this novel, that he makes it a point that the violence is there in the present, so that that violence can become a force to continue to shape the contemporary reality and the past. So past is never over. It lingers. It influences politically, socially, and through literary discourse. And Rushdie rewrites history to expose its instability. And Khushwant Singh preserved history to ensure that it is not forgotten. So you see that two writers are doing are handling the same kind of jargon, but their agendas are different, their actions are different, their impacts are different. Baba's concept of historical ambivalence is very helpful when you read both these authors, because they are dealing history differently. One through metafiction, the other through realism. So this is an important discussion. This quotation helps us, particularly in understanding the literary, post-colonial literary historicism, because how Bhabha is being embodied by Rushdie is based on reworking and transformation. And Khushwant Singh is ensuring that history remains an unaltered testament, a document to the suffering of the past. Moving on, next slide. Now, here you see that history is what hurts. Frederick Jameson's quotation from the political unconscious. He says that history is what hurts. It is the force that limits our actions, shapes our experiences, and defines our possibilities. It is inescapable, yet always contested, rewritten by those in power and those who resist. Now, let me focus on the two authors from the point of view of this quotation. Although this quotation has already been slightly touched upon by me in the previous discussion. Participants, please write anything if you want me to clarify or you want to add something in the chat box. So, Frederick Jameson is asserting that what he asserts can be now useful for both these authors. First of all, Jameson looks at history as a material force. What does it mean? That history is not just some kind of abstract event or abstract concept, but it is material reality. History impacts society, history impacts individuals, history impacts narratives. It imposes constraints on people, society, ideologies, politics, and actions also. But at the same time, it is contested. Today, you find that people are all the time having debates on a one particular ruler or that particular ruler or this particular ruler. That no, he was good, he was bad, he was good, he was bad, or that happened in this episode or that happened in that episode, because different groups, according to their identities, according to their politics, according to their agenda, and according to their social upbringing, they attempt to rewrite history to fit their own perspectives in it. So history as recently so many films have come out which are revisiting the past historical characters, episodes, actions. And when people discuss them in such different ways, we are dismantled, or slightly, we are discomforted, because this is a contest that we are part of right now. We cannot avoid it. This is going to happen. This will keep happening, because every time and age has revisited history in their own fashion. Then this quotation also points out to something important, that history as a constraint. Because in Rushdie and Singh, in both the fiction writers, we see that they are engaging with idea that history is not neutral, or history is not objective truth, as earlier used this term subjective. So there is a force that defines the fate of individuals, of history, and nations. For example, in Rushdie's novel Midnight's Children, Salim Sinai is connected to India's post-colonial history, because his life starts with the beginning of India's journey as an independent nation, and it demonstrates how historical events shape the personal destiny. This Rushdie's chutnification of history also comes into picture here. Then, sorry, in Shame, the other novel by Rushdie, we see that Pakistan's history is shaped by political leaders and who rewrite the past to justify their rule. So this supports Jameson's view also, that history is always rewritten by those who are in power and those who resist. Whereas in Khushwant Singh's work, History is a painful and inescapable reality. In Train to Pakistan, partition is not merely a political event. It is a lived experience of trauma. Novel is the first sentence which is written here, history is what hurts. That is what you find in Khushwant Singh's novel. It physically and emotionally scars people. It limits their choice and shapes their survival. In Delhi, another novel, Singh presents multiple historical perspectives to show that, it's a very interesting novel. Various voices are being narrated at the same time in the parallelly in the text. Many voices are being narrated. History is written by victorious people, the victors, while the voices of the defeated and marginalized remain unheard. This particular novel, Delhi, explores this truism that how weak voices are unheard. This truism is very nicely exposed in this novel because Delhi is told in the voice of a transgender, a eunuch. He's neither male nor female. So that's a very interesting kind of visceral experience that Khushwant Singh tries to embody by looking at the history of Delhi in this fashion. Looking at another aspect of Jameson's comment, Jameson's quote, which highlights that tension between dominant historical narratives and counter histories. This is a theme which is present in both Rushdie as well as Singh, because Rushdie resists monolithic historical narratives by fictionalizing history. His postmodern technique is very well known. I'm sure English literature students have been taught Midnight's Children, and how its narrative is so important, so powerful. So Rushdie's postmodern techniques challenge the authority of official history. This is a very interesting word, official history, that this history will be official. So there is a book, there is a set of beliefs, there is a set of events which are adopted by a certain regime as the official history. And he challenges it. He is emphasizing that memory, myth, and fiction all shape history, historical consciousness. All shape historical consciousness. That is why you see that whenever there is an important book that comes out on history, for example, William Dalrymple's rewriting of India's history is there by his books. He has written about Mughal period. He has written about modern period also recently. So why is it that he needs to write books of history? Because if history is so clear and linear that it is written by in one book, why should we rewrite it? And why does he create problems? Why does that discomfort arise because of it? Memory, myth, and fiction. These three permutations keep changing. Every individual's memory is different. The set of myths that a certain generation believes in are different, and fiction obviously is different. So they shape these consciousness. So in another, for example, if you look at the same perspective in Khushwant Singh, what you find that he is in total contrast. He ensures again that brutality of history should not be erased, and he adopts that realist approach. To serve, his approach becomes an act of resistance, while while trying to expose that we should not whitewash history with positive things only. And he highlights that history is not just rewritten, but also suppressed. This is very important to understand. Rewriting, contest, that is one thing. But what about the suppression of history that is there? And will we be ever able to explore and undo the suppression? And will we be able to, extract the real stories out of it? Scientific methods help a lot in that, but fiction also helps a lot in that, because fiction helps you imagine the situation with the help of the evidence and facts which are today present, that how it must have unfolded in the past. Now, when Jameson calls history as an inescapable yet contested, he is asserting that uh, it is important to see how we are trying to uh, visit the contests. For example, in Rushdie's work, history is always being reimagined and questioned, whereas Khushwant Singh is giving that there is an undeniable reality in history. It must be acknowledged, and we must be able to preserve it. So while Rushdie is challenging and deconstructing history, Khushwant Singh is documenting and creating a testimonial of history, witness of the pain that has happened in history. But both the writers seem to be in agreement that a force that shapes human existence, history is that, and constantly rewriting is important. Next slide. Any questions so far? So that, Rushdie and Khushwant Singh are demonstrating that literature is a battleground for history, a space where alternative narratives can be created to challenge dominant versions. And history is never static; it is always being shaped, contested. I'm, giving your perspective the points. And it is important that engaging history with memory, myth, and identity, and also to unravel who controls the past and why that matters for future. Now, here in the narrative of Midnight's Children, what we see is an interesting quotation. Salman Rushdie says that to pickle something is to give it immortality, but only of a certain kind. That's why I write. To give the past a shape that is my own, history is always in flux, always contested, and so I preserve it as I remember, not as it was. So I preserve it as I remember, not as it was. So here you can see this particular quote is very crucial in understanding technique of Salman Rushdie and a famously called chutnification. It is that reference because through this chutnification he transforms history into a mix of memory, imagination, and personal narrative. This approach is challenging the linear and official histories, and he is trying to realign himself with various other writers of his time who have taken care of the metafiction approach. So, this approach allows Rushdie to interrogate historical truth and making it subjective, making it layered. Both these writers, even Khushwant Singh, can be looked at through this perspective because they Rushdie embraces postmodern narrative strategies. He tries to blur the lines between history and fiction, and the realism that Khushwant Singh brings up is also another dimension of chutnification in his own style. Next slide. The Case of Shame, that is the novel. History is always someone's story. There are no absolutes. It's a battle of narratives, of competing truths. And in the end, what remains is not what happened, but what we choose to remember. So, what happens is one thing, but what we remember about it is another thing. There is a gap between the two, and this gap can never be confirmed or undone. This will always remain there. In the novel Shame, which is based on Pakistan, it's an allegory of Pakistan's history, written by Salman Rushdie. He exposes its instability. He critiques the way in which political leaders, they were manipulating the different narratives related to history of Pakistan. Can you think of what from what point will the history books of Pakistan start? Because what is the history of Pakistan? It was born on 14th August 1947. So what is Pakistan's history? You need to find out, you need to research. And how nicely Salman Rushdie brings this up in literature, and how he interweaves this in literature through this novel is a wonderful example of, you know, history being revisited through stories. So again, Rushdie, by doing this, is aligning with Jameson's notion that history is ideological battlefield. It is constantly rewritten. Today somebody is writing history in Pakistan, or this according to what Rushdie says, that the rulers they rewrote its history by undoing something in the past, or by designifying the past. Tomorrow there will be a time where this history will be rewritten, and some new heroes will emerge from there. So, as Edward Said has also said, the notion of counter narratives underscores the importance of literature, because literature is always helping to shape the historical understanding. And here, when you look at this particular quotation, history is always someone's story, you can correlate this definition to Rushdie as well as to Khushwant Singh, because they both are contributing to historiographical debates by reinterpreting history in their own fashion. And Rushdie is, just a second. You already know about the technique. I've given. I'm reminding this because maybe you have questions to answer right after the sessions today. So please do remember these important things, that how for Rushdie magical realism and direct testimony is important. Sorry, for Khushwant Singh, the direct testimonies are important. And when this quotation says that there are no absolutes, it opens up the gate to understanding that even a single episode even a single voice of present can actually challenge the entire establishment of the past, and leading to rewriting of history. So history generally, people associate with past, but history is written in present, and history is revisited in present. And when you look at this correlation, you should also understand the passage of the time, that history is not like a linear clock that moves ahead, but history is a constant, one step forward and one step backward, one step forward or two step backwards, that kind of a thing. It is like a ping pong, or it is like an oscillation that is happening constantly. And from here to there, energies are being transferred, energies are being shifted, regained. This is that kind of imagery that helps us. Now, next slide. Next slide. Yes, realism in train to Pakistan. Now, in this particular discussion, this quotation, you can see that it says, the river carried bodies, men and women, Hindus and Muslims. It made no difference. The history books would speak of political deals, of laws passed, and the boundaries drawn. But here, history was written in blood, in silence, in bodies left unburied. So, this quotation needs elaboration at various levels. First of all, as I have been referring to, the visceral experience that Khushwant Singh offers, that is visible in this statement. The river carried bodies, men and women Hindus and Muslims. The two binaries that, sorry, the two binaries that were functional, that always remain handy for us, to work out. That, have you seen the reportage in the newspapers when they say that 20 people died? It included 11 women, two children. Now, this sometimes, has a very different impact on the mind of people. But as if only 11 plus 2, 13 people died. What about the men who died? So why 20 is broken into genders? Why the number is broken into genders or ages? It also involved old people. It also involved women. It also involved children. Why do we need this figuration? Why do we need this breakup based on ages, based on genders, and sometimes based on religious identities, based on ethnic identities? This is so important to understand. So when he says the river carried bodies, these are just bodies. All bodies are numbers for the river. One body, two bodies, three bodies, four bodies, five bodies. River's water or the river's flow is not differentiating between men and women and Hindus and Muslims. It's the same. They all are flowing in the river. They are being washed down the memory of history. They are being washed down from the present. They are being washed down from the face of this earth. That is this powerful symbol that Khushwant Singh offers. And I'm trying to explain that the idea of water, the idea of river, the idea of men, women, blood, everything is appealing to our senses. It's very gross, it's very violent, it's very disturbing. And that is what Khushwant Singh trying to achieve. We may like it, we may dislike it, we may hate this description. We may even not, we may be in disagreement with this. But this is what Khushwant Singh wants us to do. He is provoking, and that provocation is intended. He wants to create a raw, unfiltered portrayal of partition, emphasizing the human suffering rather than the political ideology or talking about the political ideology. As in contrast to Rushdie's metafictional approach, Khushwant Singh's realism gives voice to those silenced by history. Obviously, those who have been killed, they have been silenced by history. And also, when sometimes we come across these kinds of discussions, we also have another very interesting addition in the news that 20 people died and 49 were injured. What about those 49 injured people? Maybe somebody lost his vision. Maybe somebody lost his limbs, legs, hand, fingers, ear, or lost his voice, lost his capacity to hear. What about them? They are not casualties. They will never be talked about because they are just the numbers. So it is when he tries to revisit this discussion of the figuration of the numbers, he tries to revisit it with the help of the violence as the mainstay of his jargon, violence as the mainstay of his discussion. And therefore, he voices out the unsilenced people. So, the quotation that I started with Michel Foucault's discussion, Michel Foucault's critique of historical discourse, where he says that the voices of history are controlled by power structures. That becomes important here to be read in Train to Pakistan by Khushwant Singh. Next slide. So, multiple perspectives in history. Again, Khushwant Singh says in Delhi that what is history but the lies of powerful? Who tells the truth? The victor writes the story, and those who suffered are forgotten. Yet in the allays of old Delhi, in the whispers of the ruins, you hear the history that was never written. So there is a lot more history that is lying in this world. It's still unwritten, and literature can do justice to it. As Khushwant Singh tried in his own way, by writing this novel, because his multi perspective approach highlights the subjectivity of historical truth, and through his novel, he suggests that history is always political, always, and it is always shaped by only those who are powerful, only those who have power to write it, only those who have power to record it, only those who have access to the mediums of expression, getting their voices recorded, giving interviews, or those who exist in the documents of official registers. This aligns with Edward Said's ideas also, where Edward Said has said that history is always written by those in power, but the counter narratives, the voices of the dispossessed, also shape our understanding. Literature's role, therefore, becomes very important, and therefore, this course, the problem of history, it questions, the course is giving us that idea that there is a need for us to to understand the nuances of the counter narratives. We cannot simply do away with the idea of history present in literature by signifying those literary documents as very important novels which have magic realism, or historical facts, or they are about history, etc., etc. No, we also have to understand that how these literatures, these texts, they shape our understanding of today, and therefore they are empowering us to write history for the future, to write history again for the future. Next slide. Next slide. First point. So Rushdie, finally, if we compare their representation in historical perspective, Rushdie is playful, fragmented, and he handles with imaginative history. So what does it mean? That he is looking to create a postmodern literary sensibility, literary framework with his fragmentation, and trying to imagine history of India by his characters, through his characters, and achieving a playful tone, which is disturbing at times or amusing at times. So that is his tone, that is his style. Next point, Singh, Khushwant Singh is realistic, and his technique is testimonial, and his technique is also a direct approach. So these are the two writers in front of you. Look at it. Both have contributed so importantly about history, and in a very sweeping generalization, they could have been put under the label of novels on history or historical novels or etc. But if you look at them carefully, closely, you find that the differences that they have are very important for us to understand the subjective element, the subjective nature of historicity, historicism, not just history. So, finally, in both these, the role of memory, the third point is role of memory, trauma, and nation building. Okay. Memory is playing a role, trauma is playing a role, and nation building. Those three things are very important in both these novelists, and that has been dealt with by in the discussions that have taken place. Both authors challenge the idea of an objective neutral history, and their works exemplify the competing ways, not in similar ways, that literature engages with past. Next slide. Next slide. So, what does it have as an impact on historiography? That history is always written by those in power. Next slide. No, no, no. Please, yes, remain on this. Remain on this summing up. So to sum up, we can look at some of the points that historicity in contemporary Indian writing has been discussed vis-a-vis Salman Rushdie and Khushwant Singh, and both of them explore, uh, acknowledge that history is not neutral, and who gets to write history. This is an important question. Whose stories are remembered and whose are erased? That is an important question. How does literature act as a medium for historical reclamation and revision? This is an important question. And then the debates surrounding historicity in both the novelists' work align majorly with literary and historical theories like Michel Foucault's view that history is a discourse shaped by power, Hayden White's view that history is always narrated and structured like fiction, Homi Bhabha's view that post-colonial subjects experience history as an ambivalent and fragmented reality. Now, when you look at the second point is Rushdie's historiographic metafiction and the chutnification of history. It is important, as I have indicated, that defined by Linda Hutcheon, his historiographic metafiction challenges the idea of a single authoritative version of history, and his technique of magic realism, intertextuality, and narrative self-awareness. Rushdie is shown that that history is not a fixed truth. In both the novels, I've elaborately discussed Midnight's Children as well as Shame. And coming to number three, the third point, Singh's historical realism, the inescapability of the past, is contrasting because as a historical realist, he portrays the pain and the deeply embedded human suffering in his narrative, and he places it um, on record while refusing to fictionalize or manipulate history for artistic playfulness or to whitewash it in the novels like Delhi and Train to Pakistan. The contrasting and complementary approaches to history is present in both the writers because they are showing the rewriting, distortion, reinterpretation, and both are challenging the idea of history, historicity, and historicism. And finally, the role of literature is so important in historical consciousness because literature does not merely reflect history, it reshapes. And through different techniques, we can, bring in more Rushdies and more Khushwant Singhs and more writers and more discussions in future as well. Their works are counterpoint to official histories and they provide alternative voices. The next slide says the final takeaways. You can just this is just for the record. I've already discussed it. Next slide. How was that? Your questions will answer the question. Your answer this question. If you have any question, I think there are some questions in the chat. I will quickly take them up because I can see Stefan is already here, uh, and we will move on to his lecture. Can somebody just open up the questions?
Ma'am, the first question is in recent times, few movies based on novels centered around historical characters and partition have been made, like Earth 1947.
Okay, just a second, Ilma. Let me read.
Okay,
So
ma'am.
one question is about the movies. The other is about uh, past. Encompasses everything that has ever occurred. While history is the difference between this. I'm sure the discussion of movies must have thrown you into thinking about these questions. Movies always become handy for teachers. And then Ayush Gaur's questions. Salman Rushdie and Singh aims to document historical truth. How does this balance influence their reliability as chroniclers of past? So movies are definitely very important medium, and we are here to discuss literature. But I refer to those examples to find a schema from your side and to for a correlation. And you know, a novel also has its own place. Movies have a different power. Movies document things in a different way. Novels have the language of things, words written on pages. Movies have the language and grammar of scenes and visuals. Both have their different impact. And in this world, people have their different choices. Some like to read and some like to watch. So literature should always be written about things that are portrayed in movies as well. They are not anymore the competing worlds. Literature and movies coexist. And there is no question that one can replace the other. The final question that is, how does this balance influence their reliability as chroniclers of India's past? I will say that you have to give your judgment by deciding whether they are very good chroniclers of the past or not. But they are not just the chroniclers, they are also documenting the humanity, the human pain, human suffering, and the fact that there is a dimension of imagination. So you can try to reject or accept them on the basis of your perspective. Every reader, every critique, every scholar is free to choose Salman Rushdie or Khushwant Singh or Chinua Achebe or Raja Rao, or to reject them, but with a certain conviction, which is equally powerful to correlate with on what ground are you doing that. That is important. But literature's role is not chronicling only. Literature's role is much more than that. And it is documenting the contest between the ideologies rather than simply siding with one or the other ideology. That's what the two authors have done very nicely. And I stop here. Thank you very much. This is all that I have to say.
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable insight. Now, we proceed to the final components of today's session, which will be taken up by Professor Stefan Higgelson, titled Early African Engagements with the Problem of History. I invite Professor Higgelson to begin.
Thank you very much. I'm just wondering, I mean, this is a very tight schedule for you. Perhaps you need a 10-minute breather before we begin. What do you say, Viva?
Yeah. They can take 2-3 minutes. We can
Yes.
at least 2-3 minutes.
We can begin at 22 your time. That's in 6 minutes.
It's 7:34 right now. 7:34.
Okay. There's even so. Let's say
right
we
now.
begin at a
No.
quarter to your time. So that gives people
Yes.
time. Okay. So in the meantime, could someone just make it possible for me to share my screen, because I think I've solved the problem from yesterday.
Yes, sir, we are presenting your slides. We will present, sir.
Right. So let me just test this. Um, This really is a bit peculiar. Let me hang on. Just try once again. Yeah, I think it'll work this time, actually. This is just me testing now.
We can't see your screen as yet.
Okay. Wonder why. Ah, there
Now,
we
now,
go.
now we can see. Now we can see. Yeah, it's working. Working.
It's working. And then I just want to see what happens if I turn on that. Do you see the full screen now? No, it's not going to. Hmm. No, okay. I think we'll just do it the way we did yesterday. So I will stop sharing there, and then you can share those slides I sent.
Yes, sir, we are presenting.
Okay, so you can present the way we did yesterday. Mm. Right,
Is it okay, sir?
that should be correct. Yes,
Okay,
because
sir.
yeah. Okay, so we'll begin in a few minutes' time.
For sure, sir.
Yeah.
7:44 now. We can just 1 more minute to go.
That's fine. Right, should we begin?
Yes, sir, you can.
Fine. So you can go to the next slide. And welcome then to today's lecture. I understand that you have a very compressed schedule, and it is getting late in India. So I will do my best to keep this interesting. But here are the main components of today's lecture. First, I'll be speaking generally about modern African literary history, just to give you some background. Since I don't know you personally, some of you might be long-time scholars of African literature, and for others, it's a relatively new field. So my apologies if what I have to say can seem elementary, but I think it helps to provide that background for the rest of my lecture. And then I have three different examples, two of them from South Africa, two writers, Thomas Mafolo and Sol Plaatje, or Solomon Plaatje, and the two novels for which they are famous. And then the Nigerian example, Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart, a novel you no doubt will be familiar with already. And then I have some closing remarks on how to reflect on fiction as history in Africa, given what we talked about yesterday in my lecture then. Next slide. So here's a map of Africa, and I think the first thing to be aware of is that Africa is very, very big. It is literally about 10 times the size of India. And India itself, as we know, is a very large country. So Africa is huge, and it is always very questionable to speak of Africa in general. I mean, this is a continent that is extremely diverse, with some 53 or 54 countries, literally thousands of languages, and extremely different cultures. So we need to cut this down to size, and first by reflecting on what literature in Africa can mean. It can mean a whole range of different things. We could refer to oral poetry and performance, songs, manuscript cultures, print literature, texts on social media, and so on. And all of this in hundreds of languages, and much of it ancient. An example of really ancient literature is the Ethiopian literature in that dates back to the first centuries of the Common Era. And I'm just noting there a book, Karen Barber's The Anthropology of Text, Persons, and Publics, which is actually very helpful if you want to reflect more on the diversity of literature in Africa and different approaches to it. Next slide, please. So my competence here is extremely limited. What I can talk about is really printed African literature from the modern era, and literature that is either written or translated into one of the three formerly colonial languages I can read: English, French, and Portuguese. So from that very wide scope, you have a very narrow range that I can say anything about. Then again, there is much that happens within that narrow range of literature. Next slide, please. No, next slide.
So I get there's a reflection problem.
Yeah. Okay. No, I see it now. So here I'm also just giving you an idea of which regions I will be discussing in today's lecture and the following days. So today the region circled in red, that's Nigeria and South Africa, and then we have East Africa circled in purple there, which we will touch upon when looking at Abdul Razak Gurner's work. Next slide, please. Now I'm I'm returning to this statement by Simon Gikandi that I mentioned yesterday, where he says that modern African literature, and here he really is referring precisely to the print literature that I'm talking about, was produced in the crucible of colonialism. What this means, among other things, is that the men and women who founded the tradition of what we now call modern African writing, both in European and indigenous languages, were, without exception, products of the institutions that colonialism had introduced and developed in the continent. So there is, shall we say, a foundational problem or dilemma. It's a dilemma insofar as it is both enabling and constraining for these early print writers in Africa. They are shaped by colonialism, and at the same time need to find ways to resist that conditioning. Next slide, please. So historically, we can see that print cultures emerged mainly in southern and western Africa in the 19th century. Developments in East Africa came later. And in this development, there's a very strong missionary influence. It is almost hard to imagine today, but the impact of Christian, mainly Protestant missions in Africa from, shall we say, the 1830s, 40s until, well, really the mid 20th century was tremendous and had great consequences for the introduction of the Latin alphabet, the standardization of African languages, the access to resources such as printing presses for African writers and so on. Now, the missionaries, they obviously had their very, shall we say, limited interests and were mainly focused on producing and distributing devotional literature and periodicals. It is of some importance here to mention that an English classic text, Pilgrim's Progress by John Bunyan from the 17th century, became widely spread in Africa in about 80 different full or complete or partial translations into different African languages. This is just an example of how the missions could shape the incipient literary culture, because the Pilgrim's Progress subsequently became a very like a standard intertextual reference for many African writers. Now, it's of obvious importance that in this development, mission-educated Africans also began using print for their own purposes. And this is where interesting things start to happen. Next slide, please. So internationally, one can speak of a first breakthrough for African writers, really after the Second World War. So here are some standard references. You have this anthology of poetry edited by Leopold Senghor, poetry in French. We have Kamaralai, West African writer, and his L'Enfant Noir, or The African Child. And Amos Tutuola from Nigeria, his book, The Palm Wine Drinker, which was published by Faber in London. So you could say, if there had been internal developments in Africa from the 19th century onwards, this is the moment when it also started to become visible in what were still the colonial metropolises of Paris and London. Next slide, please. So from 1945 onwards, things move quickly, and it's notable, for instance, that there were a number of congresses and conferences where African writers, intellectuals, activists gathered. And these have become almost legendary moments in subsequent sort of literary history. Within the Anglophone sphere, the conference at Makerere in Uganda, 1962, is often seen as sort of a watershed moment in the very definition of African literature. Next slide, please. And here I'm just mentioning a few examples of journals and publishers that formed the field. Now, Présence Africaine was a journal, was actually also a publishing house. It's founded in 1947, based in Paris. Extremely significant in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. A slightly later development is the African Writers series. that existed for 4 decades and had a tremendous influence on shaping, in the English language, a canon of African literature. You see there the cover of Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart. Things Fall Apart was originally published in 1958, but it also was the first title to be published in the African Writers Series, 1962. And Achebe himself was, for a number of years in the 1960s, the commissioning editor of the African Writers Series. So his importance exceeds sort of his importance as a novelist, which is huge. But on top of that, he also exerted great influence on that moment of African literature, the 1960s moment. And then I'm also mentioning here research in African literatures, which is the premier journal in the field of African literary studies, and was founded as early as 1970. So all of these developments, the congresses, those early books, these journals and publishers, all of this sort of comes together to form a more or less coherent field of African literature in the 50s, 60s, 70s, and onwards. Next slide, please.
So we have already changed the slide, but I guess there's a reflection issue. So it is here.
There we go. There we go. That's fine. I understand that it's not a problem. Okay, so South Africa first and then Nigeria. So here are just a few important dates in South African history, just to give you some kind of context. The map here is basically a colonial map. When South Africa belonged to the British Empire. There are some very direct connections between South African and Indian history, and we'll talk more about that, especially on Friday. But you have the obvious fact that the Portuguese were the first Europeans to travel around the Cape to India, or to Goa specifically. So there's an historical link there. And then we have sort of successive waves of colonization that really gather a significant impact from, shall we say, the mid 19th century onwards. And this is when the economic interest in colonizing what we today call South Africa grew rapidly, first with the discovery of diamonds in Kimberley, and then discovery of gold in Johannesburg, which was tremendously important. The two writers I'm going to talk about, Thomas Mafolo and Solomon Plaiki, they were shaped by events around the turn of the century, 1900. We have the South African War between the Boers and the British, which was an extremely violent war. It was, in many ways, the Vietnam War of its time, and the British had great difficulties to sort of manage the image of the British Empire, because the British were aggressors against a group of people who were white and identified as sort of Europeans in some sense. It was a tremendous upheaval, but ultimately it resulted in the formation of the Union of South Africa in 1910, and this is the moment when white supremacist rule is firmly established in South Africa, and in many ways the sort of precursor to what happens in 1948 when the system of apartheid was established. A subsequent important date, of course, is 1994, when finally democracy was won in South Africa. Okay, so that gives you some historical background. Next slide, please. So these then are the two writers I want to talk about, Thomas Mafolo and Solomon Plaatje. So both born the same year, as you can see. So they were young adults around the time of the South African War, and lived sort of well into the Union of South Africa. Next slide, please. Now, Thomas Mafolo, he worked as a journalist, editor and writer in the language known as Sesotho. It's a language spoken on the highlands of South Africa, central South Africa. And he himself was educated by French missionaries in mountainous Lesotho. He was the first novelist to write in the Sesotho language, and wrote 3 works, of which the last is his enduring legacy, and that's the book I'll be talking about shortly. Next slide, please. And then we have Solomon Plaatje, who was a remarkable figure in African history. An intellectual, an activist, a journalist, a writer, a translator. And one of the founders of the African National Congress, which became the sort of the national liberation movement, and has been in power ever since 1994. He spoke a slightly different language, Setswana. It's related to Sesotho, but it is distinct. And his among his works are, for instance, the reportage Native Life in South Africa, which is really about the consequences of what was known as the Natives Land Act, which was a draconian law imposed by the Union of South Africa, dispossessing Africans of the land, essentially. And this is a history that South Africa is still struggling with today. Tswana Proverbs, a fascinating book where he has collected a couple of hundred proverbs in Tswana, and then he provides both what he calls literal translations and equivalents. That's his term, equivalents from other languages. So he's doing something, doing like a transcultural experiment here with Tswana proverbs, and placing sort of Tswana culture on equal footing with other cultures. And then there's the novel I'll be talking about, Moody, and his translations of Shakespeare. He translated a number of Shakespeare plays into Setswana. Unfortunately, only a few remain, one or two. But Shakespeare was tremendously important to Solomon Plykian, and he saw Shakespeare, interestingly, as a fellow African. He could identify with what he read in the Shakespearean plays, and for that reason, he found it so important to translate Shakespeare into Setswana. Next slide, please. Right. So Thomas Mofolo's novel, then, Shaka, is an historical fiction, and so is Moody. So it's written around 1908, 1909, just as the Union of South Africa was forming. And at this moment, Mofolo decides to write a story about a very famous Zulu warrior king, Shaka. He is sometimes referred to as an emperor. He was, shall we say, a major African state maker, and is possibly the single most famous figure in South African history. Last year, there was a very successful South African TV series produced called Shaka Ilembe, and was a rendition of the story of Shaka, and there are many versions of this story. Now, what we meet in this novel is quite an extraordinary Faustian narrative about power. And when I say Faustian, I'm referring here really to the German writer Goethe's Faust, who sort of, in exchange for power, sells his soul to the devil. And we have a similar sort of mythical narrative here about Shaka. And it's a very dramatic trajectory. In the beginning of the story, the young boy Shaka is a bullied child, really excluded from society, but his military prowess and strength gradually turns him into a leader and eventually a feared ruler over many peoples in the region. This is today, shall we say, eastern South Africa. And then we also follow his inevitable fall. Next slide, please. So here's an example of how he sells his soul. A very important, purely fictional character in this novel is the doctor Isanusi, who has tremendous powers, and can sort of assist Shaka in shaping his destiny. But nothing comes sort of without a price. So here is Isanusi explaining to Shaka, in war, there would be none who could face him. The doctor said that the medicine which remained to be used was one which he did not have with him. He said it was a medicine associated with the spilling of blood, with killing. It is extremely evil, but it is also extremely good. Choose. The doctor placed matters in Shaka's hands. He told him, without hiding anything from him, that medicine was truly evil. Then he, for his part, stood to one side, so that Shaka could act according to his wish. I want it, said Shaka. And now the final link has been cut. Shaka has deliberately chosen death instead of life. I actually get goosebumps when I read this quotation. It's what Shaka does here is what Mafolo does here is to place this character Shaka to confront the character Shaka with a moral choice. And I think that particular detail is very important. And I'll be returning to that, how Shaka actually is exercising his agency here. And he is, on the one hand, then choosing the path of evil or death and killing in such a way that he becomes an incomparably powerful ruler. In that way, exercising African agency and power. But at the same time, it comes at this terrible cost. Next slide, please. This is a moment where Shaka then is sort of at the height of his powers. After changing the national name, Shaka brought together the young men from Zweda's scattered nation, as well as those from nations that owed allegiance to him. And he said to them, "Today you have no king of your own anymore, nor are you any longer a nation." So he, interestingly, Shaka himself is portrayed by Mafolo as an empire builder. He destroys other nations so that they can be sort of incorporated in his rule, under his rule. Next slide, please. Now the single most sort of harrowing moment in the story, which is sort of consistent with Shaka's moral choice to choose the path of killing and violence, is when Shaka kills the one person he truly loves, and that is Noliwa. And here we see this sort of transformation of Shaka. After Noliwa's death, Shaka underwent a frightful change, both in his external appearance and also in his inner being, in his very heart. And so did his aims and his deeds. Firstly, the last spark of humanity still remaining in him was utterly and finally extinguished in the terrible darkness of his heart. His ability to distinguish between war and wanton killing or murder vanished without a trace, so that to him all these things were the same, and he regarded them in the same light. Secondly, his human nature died totally and irretrievably, and beast-like nature took possession of him. because although he had been a cruel person even before this, it remained a human being. His cruelty, but a human weakness. So in the story, there's definitely a shift here. And I think this quotation also says something about sort of the narrator's own ambivalence towards Shaka, because a couple of chapters before this, there's a chapter that is really a celebration of all the achievements of Shaka, how he organized society and so on. But it is ultimately then a story about how power itself can corrupt. Next slide, please. The ending, these are the very last words of the novel. The ending is very interesting because we have then followed this narrative of Zulu King in the early 19th century, and it is a story that is sort of that occurs entirely within an African world. There aren't any colonizers in this world. There's a completely sort of African dynamic being played out here. And then we have this ending which is extremely mournful and somehow transports us back to the present moment in which Mafolo himself was writing this novel. And there it says, even to this very day, the Zulus, when they think how they were once a strong nation in the days of Shaka, and our other nations dreaded them so much that they could hardly swallow their food. And when they remember the kingdom which has fallen, tears well up in their eyes, and they say, they ferment, they curdle, even great pools dry away. Ha mateto, basically meaning that thus ends the story. So it's it's again one of these ambivalent moments where we have followed this dramatic story about Shaka, ultimately leading to his assassination by the hands of his brothers, and that's sort of part of the historical record. We followed that story, and at the same time, we then end up on this sort of mournful note, looking back nostalgically, really, on a moment when Africans ruled the country. But at the same time, it's these closing words serve a cautionary purpose, because it's as though they issue a warning to anyone who is in power, saying that, okay, your kingdom too can fall. It's a bit like Shelley's poem Ozymandias, which I'm sure many of you have read. They ferment, they curdle, even great pools dry away. Next slide, please. Okay, so that was Shaka, and then we have Plaiki and his novel Moody, which interestingly was written in English, and this is the first English language novel by an African writer in Southern Africa. It has a very different tone compared to Shaka, yet it is set in pretty much the same period, a bit later. I see I'm missing Y there, in the early 19th century. Now, I mentioned a term there, the infetane. It's used sometimes to refer to sort of the upheavals in Southern Africa that involved large-scale migrations of people, especially northwards, and that conventionally is associated with precisely Shaka's rule, the way he sort of crushed other rulers and in this way instigated certain groups to simply pack up and leave. So that's the infantana. Now, in this novel, Moody constructs the image of, shall we say, an alternative history. Remember now, this is written in 1920. We are 10 years into the Union of South Africa. Solomon Plaatje is making already a number of bitter experiences related to this this imposition of white rule. But here in this novel, he sort of constructs the image of an alternative history where conflicts among groups, including white settlers, could be resolved in favor of conviviality. And the female protagonist, Moody, is here sort of the locus of hope for such harmonious coexistence. Next slide, please. So I won't go into any greater length with Moody because of time constraints. But the crucial point here is that we have two novels where historical agency in these historical fictions, and I must emphasize that these are historical fictions, even as they draw upon actual events, where we can see that it's the Africans who have historical agency. And both can be described as narratives about the past that combine cultural pride in being African, with a critique of how power can be abused, regardless of who is in power. And this makes them very interesting to read. They're not in any way simplistic or simply activist or anything like that. They're doing something quite complicated. And both of these novels, in a tragic mode in Shaka and in a romantic mode in Moody, because Moody, you could say, ends really on a positive note, and it's very much this love story between Moody and Rataga that is at the center of the plot. But both of these novels, in these different modes, portray a world in rapid transformation, which, referring to terms I discussed yesterday, involves a sort of a growing gap between the space of experience and the horizon of expectation. We're talking more about that towards that. Next slide, please. So then we come to Nigeria. And just very briefly, I mean, these days, this is the most populous country in Africa, with a huge number of different ethnic groups. I mean, some would count as many as 250. But there are arguably three dominant ethnic groups: the Yoruba, the Igbo, and the Hausa. The Hausa are in the north, the Igbo in the southeast, the Yoruba to the west. This is a part of Africa that has been the site of ancient civilizations. So it's very historical terrain in that sense. The impact of Islam was very significant, especially in what is today northern Nigeria. And there was also very deep involvement in the transatlantic slave trade in the 17th and 19th centuries. And this is a profoundly traumatic and ambiguous historical experience, because demand came from European slave traders. Supply came from local African rulers who collaborated with the European slave traders. And the people who suffered, who were wrenched from their homes and their livelihood, were of course local. So that history affected all of Western Africa, really, in terrible ways. And it's a specific sort of period, specifically brutal period, that is in many ways different, although not unrelated, to subsequent colonization, which actually happens late. The colonization of Africa generally was a very late phenomenon, late 19th century, excluding those outposts, typically coastal outposts, where there had been European presence ever since the 15th and 16th centuries. And then Nigeria became independent in 1960. As always with these colonial histories, I mean, the borders of Nigeria is really a fiction. It's a construct that has very little to do with the deeper history of this part of Africa. But these are the borders that are the ones that count these days. Okay, so that's Nigeria. Next slide, please. Chinua Achebe. If there's just one African writer that needs to be mentioned, it is obviously Chinua Achebe. And his novel, Things Fall Apart, is the preeminent African classic. I mean, it has been almost ridiculously successful. It is translated into, these days, I literally don't know how many languages, more than 50 languages, certainly. And has been sold in the millions. And was recognized almost from the moment of its publication as a significant novel. Very much a part of that early international breakthrough of African literature, but also, shall we say, so important that it sort of overshadows all other African literature from that period. Next slide, please. So he published a great deal. These are his novels. He also published essays, collection of poetry, collection of short stories. But these are his novels, and the first three. Next slide, please. The first three here are known often as the African trilogy. They do have, but the stories in these three do have an internal sort of connection. They don't follow fully chronologically, so Things Fall Apart is set in 19th century Igbo land. No Longer at Ease is set in what was then contemporary Nigeria, the 1950s. And then Arrow of God looks at the 1920s. But there are various connections between characters in these three novels. And I'll be referring to Things Fall Apart and eventually also to Arrow of God. Next slide, please. So I'm assuming now that many of you will have read Things Fall Apart, and it would be interesting to hear your reflections on that reading experience. But I'll just briefly run through some of the key aspects of the novel. It's set in this fictional village, Umuofia, in in southeast Nigeria, and as you know, it focuses on this protagonist, Okonkwo, who I describe here as hypermasculine. And as you will know if you've read the novel, his strength and resolve is also his weakness. He is so unflinching and inflexible in his defense of traditional Igbo values that also brings about his downfall. Importantly, it's a novel written in English, and later Achebe would be sort of debating this with other African writers who would insist that African literature needs to be written in African literature. He defended his choice to write in English, saying that this itself is a what we today might call a decolonial gesture. He was making use of the English language for his own purposes and on behalf of its African perspective. Next slide, please. Now, the question I want you to keep in mind here, when we talk about the African perspective, and this applies to all three of the novels I'm talking about today, it's actually worth pausing what constitutes the African perspective. It's crucial not to think of this in simplistic ways, because when one looks a bit more closely at this novel, one could say that there are multiple African perspectives, and one could say that the African perspective is very ambiguous. Next slide, please. If you've read the novel, you will recognize that these are the closing words, and it's actually a novel that can be read from sort of back to front. The story of this man who had killed a messenger and hanged himself would make interesting reading. One could almost write a whole chapter on him. Perhaps not a whole chapter, but a reasonable paragraph at any rate. There was so much else to include, and one must be firm in cutting out details. He had already chosen the title of the book after much thought: The Pacification of the Primitive Tribes of the Lower Niger. So who's the he here? The he is the commissioner, the representative of British colonial rule, which is sort of imposed as we follow the story in Things Fall Apart. What's fascinating about the ending of Things Fall Apart is the very sudden way in which the perspective we've been following throughout the novel, which is really the life of the village Umuofia, is inverted just like that. And the story that we have been following is here reduced to the story of a man who'd killed a messenger and hanged himself. An extreme reduction of that story, because this is Okonkwo he's referring to. And it might sort of fit simply a paragraph in this book, which is a sort of preeminently colonial book. The title shows that it is intended to sort of celebrate the imposition of British colonial rule. So what happens here in this ending of Things Fall Apart is that Achebe himself profoundly sort of ironizes the story we have been reading. And demonstrates in this way the extreme epistemic violence to which Africa has been subjected. The sort of the erasure of Africans, of African agency, African subjectivity from really the history of Africa itself. So if one reads the novel from back to front, one gains a very keen understanding of what it is Achebe is trying to achieve in the rest of the novel. Next slide, please. Now, as we read the story, and you will have noticed then that the first half, or even 2/3, is very focused on sort of the internal social and cultural life of Umuofia. Even there, it's quite striking how the focalization, the perspective established by the narrator, is actually ambiguous. So I can just read a bit more from this section. This is in chapter 2. Darkness held a vague terror for these people, even the bravest among them. Children were warned not to whistle at night for fear of evil spirits. Dangerous animals became even more sinister and uncanny in the dark. The snake was never called by its name at night because it would hear. It was called a string. And so on this particular night, as the crier's voice was gradually swallowed up in the distance, silence returned to the world, a vibrant silence made more intense by the universal trill of a million forest insects. What is the narrator doing? I mean, who is he explaining this for? What we encounter here is an intriguing and perhaps troubling shift, sort of into, shall we say, an ethnographic mode, of writing whereby Achebe is adopting the perspective of an outsider for these people. And one way of reading this is that Achebe himself was shaped by this ambivalence. We must remember that this is an historical novel. It's a fiction about a period that Achebe himself had not experienced. And Achebe was educated within the British colonial framework. He was brought up as a Christian. So there's this interesting tension in the novel, which actually applies also, especially to Thomas Mafolo's Shaka. Next slide, please. Right. Now, I've been referring to Shaka as a tragedy, and Things Fall Apart is also definitely a tragedy. And I think here the Greek, the ancient Greek understanding of tragedy is actually very helpful in making sense of this tragic dimension, because what characterized the ancient Greek notion of tragedy was that it was about powerful protagonists, impressive protagonists, who sort of brought, who had a flaw, a character flaw. Hamartia is the Greek term. A character flaw that meant that they acted in such a way that they caused their own downfall. And this is what we find in Shaka, and it is also what we find in Things Fall Apart. And the most crucial and cruel moment in the novel has to do with this young boy, Ikemefuna, a young boy who Okonkwo adopts, comes from another village that has been in conflict with Umufuya, and it is a boy whom Okonkwo actually loves much more than his own son. That boy calls you father, do not bear a hand in his death. Okonkwo was surprised and was about to say something when the old man continued. Yes, Umuofia has decided to kill him. The Oracle of the Hills has pronounced it, but I want you to have nothing to do with it. He calls you father. This is a tremendously dramatic and painful moment, and one could even sort of compare it to the Old Testament, where Abraham receives the command to kill his son. Isaac, and Okonkwo here, despite his love, decides to follow through on what sort of tradition ordains. So there's something similar here going on as in Shaka, where sort of Shaka sells his soul. Next slide, please. So dazed with fear, Okonkwo drew his machete and cut him, Ikemefuna, down. He was afraid of being thought weak. And psychologically, we understand this flaw and this fear in Okonkwo, because he is so ashamed of his own father, who he sees as a good for nothing, who never earned any honor on behalf of his family. And it's his fear of being compared to his own father that is sort of the what drives him to do what he does here. Next slide, please. It is also this extremely sort of dramatic development that occurs again entirely within the context of the African society, that also makes the imposition of the missionaries, because what Achebe does here in this novel is that he portrays the missionaries as the forerunners of colonialism, the forerunners of colonization. And he portrays them as themselves being not a homogeneous group. There is a soft version of the missionary colonizer and a hard version of the missionary colonizer. But it's not simply a matter of coercion, because we have then Okonkwo's son who listens to the converts and the missionaries and is moved by what he hears. The hymn about brothers who sat in darkness and in fear seemed to answer a vague and persistent question that haunted his young soul. The question of the twins crying in the bush and the question of Ikemefuna who was killed. The words of the hymn were like the drops of frozen rain melting on the dry palate of the panting earth. Neuer's callow mind was greatly puzzled. So there's some kind of receptivity to the message of the missionaries here that Achebe, interestingly, sort of integrates in this narrative. Next slide, please. So technically, I can make a handful of observations about how Achebe achieves what he does in the novel. I've spoken about this multiple and ambiguous focalization. I think we can also call it a syncretistic focalization. Syncretism is the term normally used to describe the blending, merging of different religious frameworks. And I think this is part of the explanation for this ambiguous focalization, that Achebe is shaped by Christianity, and at the same time is very loyal towards indigenous tradition and ritual. Another very important technical feature, narratological feature of this novel is how, on the one hand, we see how Achebe is really a masterly novelist and produces a novel that can be read sort of within the wider sort of global tradition of the novel, but he integrates Igbo genres and forms in this novel, parables, proverbs, rhetorical practices, and this is something one can look closer at if one wants to, in sort of a closer reading, if we had more time to closely investigate the novel. We have words. You'll have noticed this. There are Igbo words that are also included, and then we have the way he makes the way he constructs, sorry, not yet, the way he constructs the plot, which in temporal terms gradually accelerates. It would be interesting to know if this is your experience as well, but I would claim that from the later third onwards, the pace of the story increases dramatically and becomes sort of calamitous in that final chapter, where suddenly then the perspective is flipped, and we sort of read the perspective of the commissioner. And I think this is where the title, which is from a poem by forget by Yeats, The Second Coming, which reads, "Turning and turning in the widening gyre, the falcon cannot hear the falconer. Things fall apart. The center cannot hold. Mere anarchy is loosed upon the world." And it's as though this widening and widening gyre is described by the plot, and things move faster and faster, uncontrollably. Next slide, please. So, referring to this term emplotment that we spoke about yesterday, Hayden White's term, this account of the past, as in Morpholus Shaka, follows a tragic structure in which the agency of Africans is also involved in the colonial rupture. And this is quite a complicated point to make sense of, because it's not as though Achebe is saying that colonization was sort of the fault of Africans, but they are definitely involved in the colonial rupture, and there are sort of certain dynamics in Igbo society that get caught up in the historical imposition of colonialism. Next slide, please. And I think it's also crucial to recognize that this is a story that in no way is simplistic or just sort of binary in its setup, because it's also a story about how African society, in this instance Igbo society itself, had its conflicts, and people had disagreements, and at the same time these conflicts, there were customs, traditions, procedures that sort of handled those conflicts, and also made the Igbo society adaptable in important ways. And I suppose this lies at the heart of what Achebe himself often claimed to be the intention with these early novels of his, that he simply wanted to show that Africans themselves also had a culture. And I mean, these days it can seem inconceivable that even had to be proved, but this had directly to do with that epistemic violence, the sort of the discursive erasure of Africa from the very concept of history, as we discussed yesterday. Next slide, please. Here then is just a quotation from arguably Achebe's greatest masterpiece, Arrow of God. but I feel that it captures something essential in his narratives, in his refusal to simplify these fictions. The world is like a mask dancing, and this refers then to sort of a local ritual where someone would don a mask and sort of inhabit a persona that was the mask. So the world is like a mask dancing. If you want to see it well, you do not stand in one place. So there's something here about the dynamism, motion, multiple perspectives that I think speaks significantly to what Achebe achieves in these early novels. Next slide, please. So just some closing reflections then on fiction as history in Africa. I mean, yesterday we were talking about history as narrative and narrative as history, or fiction as history, and all of these three novels we've discussed now are definitely fictions, but at the same time they deliberately engage with the past. And what happens then if we adopt these terms, space of experience and horizon of expectation, in our analysis? And in the case of Thomas Mafolo and Solomon Plaiki, who were of the same age and experienced the increasingly brutal imposition of white supremacist rule. And it should be remembered here that South Africa became a settler colony. Nigeria was never a settler colony, but South Africa was. And settler colonies, the histories of settler colonies are always the most bitter histories one can find. If we use these terms, space of experience and horizon of expectation, we can see how they were positioned in such a way that they definitely were experiencing a colonial present, but were deeply in touch and still shaped by an African past. But their horizon of expectation was problematic. It was essentially a European future, a white supremacist future that they were confronting. I think this in particular can account for the tragic mode of Mafolo's novel Shaka. It's a bit more complicated with Plaki's Moody, because I mean it's in many ways a brighter novel than Shaka, and it's worth thinking about why that mood was different. Anyway, next slide. Then we have Achebe, who comes later, and if we recognize that this African trilogy was written and published in the 1950s, early 1960s, we have another sort of temporal dynamic. Here, the past was clearly shaped both by sort of an African past and a colonial past. As mentioned, Achebe himself was shaped by colonial education, by mission Christianity, and so on. And they appeared very much in a transitional present. So, I mean, as early as 1954, Nigeria gained a degree of self-rule, and in 1960 it gained full independence. So the horizon of expectation here for Achebe was significantly different. It was the expectation of a post-colonial future, an expectation that was rudely disrupted by the Biafra War in 1967, a war that really affected Achebe deeply, because he was in fact in favor of that secession of Biafra, which would have been like an Igbo nation. But at this moment, these three early novels are still sort of before the Biafra War. There was really a more optimistic horizon of expectation. And I suppose this optimism also allowed for the nuance that we find in his novels. Next slide, please. Another way of representing this temporal relationship is to try and think about how the fictional worlds, in this case of Shaka and Moody, sort of intersects with the historical moment in which the novels appear. And by and large, the fictional world is separate from the moment of white colonialism in early 20th century South Africa, requiring a degree of interpretation in order to see how they relate to that moment. However, there's a moment in Shaka that I didn't quote, but that's where at the moment of his assassination, Shaka tells his assassins that you think that you will rule after me, but you are mistaken, because the white man will take over and you will be his servants. So that's a moment where the novel sort of projects itself directly into this difficult moment in 20th century South Africa. Next slide. With Achebe's novels, it will be sort of slightly different. You have Things Fall Apart, which is definitely sort of separate from that transitional moment in which Achebe is writing. Arrow of God, it would require a long explanation to really make this evident, but it's basically set in the 1920s, so it's deeply sort of into the colonial moment. And then we have No Longer at Ease, which is set in 1950s Nigeria. So we can see here how if we take these three novels in conjunction, that there is a rather complex temporal relationship to the historical moment in which Achebe was writing. Next slide, please. Here I'm just reminding you of this quotation from Achille Mbembe's On the Post-Colony, where he speaks of the entanglement of multiple temporalities. And I believe one can make a case in all three of these novels for various kinds of temporal entanglement that in the first instance have to do with the ambivalent positioning of these writers themselves, shaped as they have been by colonial education, but wanting at the same time to wanting to retrieve African pasts. Next slide, please. Now you'll be receiving this, this PowerPoint. I'm just listing a few titles that could be of interest if you want to study South African and West African writing more deeply. These are just suggestions. I'm not going to explain at any length what they're about. And then next slide. So just to sum up, and I think we then will have time for questions, 10 or 15 minutes. What I've tried to demonstrate with these three writers as examples is that history was really a central stake for these early African writers, and that to return to my question yesterday, or my observation that for these early writers, that the question of African historical agency was very important and of great consequence. What we see in these novels is that the restitution of African agency in the fictions is it's definitely something that they do, but it's also very complex, and certainly in Shaka and Things Fall Apart, this restitution has a profoundly sort of tragic dimension. We can see an entanglement of temporalities, African, European, but also a kind of ongoing synchronization, which one could perhaps focus a bit more on also. And then these syncretistic tendencies I've spoken of, where both African and Christian beliefs are somehow fused or juxtaposed. So referring back to the point about how cultures can have different chronological orders, I think we encounter here more of a hybrid than a singular cultural ordering of time. What we see in Things Fall Apart is certainly how the agricultural traditions shape time. In Umufuya, the festival of the new yam, for instance, is of tremendous importance in marking time. But at the same time, we have these Christian elements that come to be taken up by inhabitants of Umufuya. So that pretty much wraps up what I have to say about these early African engagements with history. And we do have a few minutes for questions.
Thank you so much, sir. Participants can drop their queries in the chat box.
Very interesting, very fascinating discussion. We teach a lot of these, especially Chimachile is very popular in India for obvious reasons. So I like the way you ended up saying that Yam festival is important documenting the temporality of a certain kind. So that is very intriguing because uh, the idea of history also differs from continent to continent. I'm sure, obviously, we cannot generalize Africa as one culture, but the idea of time and history are very different in different cultures, and festivals are a very nice, indications of those kinds of things. So, for in India, for example, it's very fascinating. Like according to the lunar calendar and the solar calendar, there are two calendars that run, and the Hindu festivals like Diwali and Holi, they all occur according to the harvests. These are all harvest celebrations. They go according to the climate, the climate, the weather cycle, the climate cycle. So just after the monsoon has wrapped up and everything is clear and the weather is good and all, so now we celebrate Diwali, the festival of lights, and that is the time when the winter starts. And then after a few months, there is spring and everything, and the winter is over. It's the arrival of summer, and harvest is arrived in our villages. So we have Holi. But in the English calendar, the Gregorian calendar, these dates keep shifting from here to there. And every 15 days or 10 days, sometimes Diwali is in March, Holi is in March or February or like that. So this is a very, you've made a very important observation here, because this tradition, this aspect of tradition of how we are keeping a, a mapping of time, and how we are mapping the history according to our concept of time is very intriguing, and that gives us a very beautiful intervention into works of African writers, Indian writers, especially African writers, because people like Wole Soyinka, they celebrate so much with festivals are there. In Dance of the Forest, you will see so many festivals. So thank you. This is a wonderful thing.
Mm. Thank you, Viva. Yes.
We have a
Um,
question in. Okay, sorry, you may continue.
right. So here's a question. Two questions.
Yes.
How can we examine oral cultural tradition or folklores as history? Because oral culture is the basis of tribal cultures in Africa and the world. Yes, that's a very central question, and I haven't really sort of addressed the tensions between print literature and orality. This has been a standard theme in African literary criticism. It was a constant theme in the 60s and 70s, when sort of orality was seen as the sort of the touchstone of authenticity in African literature. Um, these days, I think we know a lot more about orality, and also the sort of constant traffic between orality and writing, orality and print, and um, I would refer once again to that book I mentioned at the beginning of my lecture, Karen Barber's The Anthropology of Texts, Persons, and Publics, which I think provides a very incisive and useful framework to make sense of orality also as really a form of textuality. And ultimately, of course, when we enter that domain, we need to be very humble in view of the tremendous linguistic pluralism of Africa. And it's actually not for me to say much more about that, because I can't access those local oral traditions. What I can access are sort of studies that have been done that I can read in English. But I think it is of importance today to recognize that what sometimes is called secondary orality, performances conveyed through social media, and also sort of variety of spoken word poetry. These are sort of the contemporary ways in which orality lives in Africa today, and can often be conveyed in a vehicular language such as English or French or Portuguese that one can understand in different parts of the continent. Okay. Next question. Has enough documentation been done about the history of Africa? As was earlier mentioned, that Indian history is indeed not sufficiently documented, as African history also met the same fate. Well, yes and no. There's still so much that can be done and is being done in the field of African history or African histories. I think there's been significant methodological developments in recent decades, where, for instance, oral histories are included in how one makes sense of African pasts, and elements of oral traditions, such as epics. There are a wide range of African oral epics, the most famous being Sunjata in West Africa, are themselves also keys to understanding historical events and developments. So I think the point here is that documentation needs to be understood in a more capacious sense than in sort of traditional academic history. Documentation is not always about the written document, but there are a variety. There's a variety of different kinds of documents. Okay, next question. Can we say that these trends discussed with respect to South Africa, Nigeria, and Africa in general are also relevant in the context of East Africa, Zanzibar, and the text that represents the Zanzibari revolution? Yeah, well, it's a big question. I'll be returning to East Africa tomorrow. I can very briefly say that, especially with reference to Zanzibar, the historical context is different. We have the very old sort of Indian Ocean network, whereby there were traders moving from the Arab countries down along the east coast and across the Indian Ocean to India, meaning that Islam was a very profound influence on this part of the world, and you have a tradition of Islamic writing that is really that predates European colonialism. So in Swahili, the oldest texts are written in Arabic script, So that would be one way of answering a question, that there are differences. And Gurna himself, remarking on Pacheba's Things Fall Apart, has said that the world presented in Things Fall Apart is completely different from what he lived in as a child on Zanzibar. Okay, should we wrap up there? This has been a long session for you.
Yes,
I
yes.
admire. Hmm.
Okay, so thank you so much for a very engaging session. So with this, we conclude to day 2 with the GIAN courses. And a special thanks to Professor Anita Singh, Professor Vibha Sharma, and Professor Stephen Higginson, obviously, for their lectures, and to Dr. Sumit Kumar Sharma, teacher in charge of today's session. And the test link will be shared in the WhatsApp group. You may take the test in any time before midnight, but the placed time is 15 minutes once you start. So, okay, thank you all for the participation today, and we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow for the day 3, obviously.
We would have taken you around Aligarh town if you were in India at this moment, and
Yes, only wish. Hmm.
and a lot of assault on your digestive system would have been there with the spicy food. So you have been spared from that, but that is always due.
Yes. Well, I look forward to a visit eventually, and I can tell you that I really appreciate the food I've had in India. So I think it's among the best one can find anyway.
Yeah, Aligarh has its own hospitality standards, a very fascinating culture of the campus. I'm sure someday you will make it here and you will enjoy all that. Ilva is
Yes,
coming in April here, so she's been lucky that she got through with that 1 week. We are trying
excellent.
to facilitate all that, but I'm sure we'll definitely have some more opportunities. You know,
Right.
today's lecture was very fascinating. I learned a lot. It was engaging for me also, and I some of the things were definitely very fresh for me and really benefited a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you for listening. Hmm.
All the participants,
Okay.
now you can go back and rest. We'll meet again tomorrow. Thank you so much.
See you tomorrow. Okay. Bye.
Bye. Bye.